Start times, creative. And a good morning, VOD watchers. Oh, Aeon, what's home? Welcome. How goes it, friend? Today's gonna be wild. Whoa, okay. Game good. Conversation wild. Kakazi, Igaboons. Watto and welcome. I'm glad to hear. Catastros, how you holding up? I'll just let Discord know now, get everybody in. Okay. Okay, Discord has been alerted. A moose first. Catastrophe. Glad to hear the migranes have ceased. As someone who's very high energy and whatnot, it's always okay. That's the right place. I'm always worried that I'm not helpful. Numbers, what home welcome. Well, so it's only one guinea pig, and Cleo's doing really good. She's been running around and squeaking and at her full happy volume. Diva's still dead. Actually, Aeon's been offering to help us potentially host her, like, Viking funeral. Just need to... I haven't had 2 minutes to myself in 1,000 years. Yeah, no, numbers. Diva died. Like, the surgery that was supposed to be for, like, her better quality of life killed her. Like, the C-beam fucked it up. Yeah. Caffeine and Fearless threw in money to make it happen, and the final bill was like $2.5 grand between them, and they fucking killed her. Anyway, fucking hell. We've got video games, we have video game news, we have discussions. I don't know how much you all know about wine trading, but we're gonna get to talk about it. Well, okay, we're gonna be talking about GameStop and all of that ilk, but Scotty, Watto and welcome, how you holding up? Just blue skying, actually set things up ahead of time today. Feeling very smart. Both. And Scotty, I know the vibe. Okay, everyone has been informed. Scotty, I think I'm just going loopy. I've just been indoors too much. But we have great things to discuss. We have a fucking cool game to get stuck into today, which has actually done very well. We're going to be playing Motoslice in about an hour or change, depending on how much we talk about the fucking wildness. And Vershi, whoa, and welcome. How you feeling, mate? Oh, and Virtually, that's good to hear. And Catastros, like, Jess has been playing the new Warcraft expansion a little, but, like, Jess is just in it for the house, which is cool. The house building shit looks rad. I am kind of... I spent a lot of time on World of Warcraft. Oh, Ocelot, whatto and welcome. Dustin, whatto and welcome. Come on in, everyone. Legend, good to see you. But my account's based on European servers, and you can't transfer between regions. You can transfer between servers, not regions. And so I'm kind of loath to start again, because also, with World of Warcraft, your purchases are region locked. So I would have to buy the game and the expansions, and then get the subscription on top of. And that's a lot of cash. Hey!
This episode is brought to you by the letter E. As in for exit, as in, where is the exit of the mug store?
Akari, thank you for the 200. I'm still in two minds as to whether or not the Backrooms will count as a video game adaptation. But I am very curious to see the movie of Exit 8. Just on the subject of where's the exit. Yeah. Well, Sojournerus, it's like, those of us who have experienced an MMO, we know what it actually means to recommend it to someone. You know, and there's a, you know what, there's another path where I also went down the Final Fantasy XIV rabbit hole. But it ain't this day. Free trials now through to Shadowbringers. Now, I do agree with Ocelot that Homestuck was a place and time. It's a fascinating thing to research. As a story, ultimately the ending doesn't suit the payoff, but I do think the first 2-3 chapters and how they deal with two timelines that are not at the same time is very clever. Has definitely inspired a lot of like creative ideas around like procedural generation in games and things like that. But ultimately Homestuck's overall ending is just fine. Like, I know, Ocelot, I read the whole fucking thing. I was there for the Gigapause. I still get a 413 message from Tuna.
Still remembers the chuckles on the Blockbusters quiz show. I'll have an E please, Bob.
Sorry, Scotty and Akari, seriously, thank you for the bits. Like, I know I keep saying this. Times are hard, things suck, and that you lot throw, you know, bits and cash into keeping it going is really fucking appreciated. Seriously. The one that I always remember, Scotty, is the Chuckle Brothers doing a Hitman PR stunt where the Chuckle Brothers had to control Agent 47. It's really cool. So, we'll give everybody a sec to pop on in. Excuse you. There we go. Alright. And there's Blue Sky. Okay. Alright. Posts are up. Banter is unleashed. Friends are in. Watto and welcome. And Akari, I mean, that's a good way to do it. You know, I've got a lot of I don't use TikTok as much as I used to, obviously, but there's a lot of things on my like special little playlist just reminding me that making art for art's sake is great. Like, sit down with a pen and pad and sketch some stuff, and even if it comes out like bad and terrible, like that's actually fucking brilliant. You know, this idea of, I don't know. I think a lot of us who grew up through the 90s and stuff kind of had this whole like rock stars and superstars are a different class of person kind of inflicted upon us. You know, growing up in the shadow of legends, but actually just making your shit is fun and fine, and that often leads to great success. Whereas emulation of the greats is what crushes and ultimately destroys. So yeah, good on you. Also, Ocelot, I don't disagree, like, the practice to get good and things like that is a great mentality, but also just draw shit because it's fun. Just for you. Make a weird little sketchbook with, you know, strange, disproportionate people and adventures. You know? I don't know. Little Fire and I finished watching Dungeon Chill's breakdown of Vampire Hunter D, the PlayStation game. But ultimately talks a lot about Vampire Hunter D, the novels, and then the adaptations and things like that. And what's fascinating is, like, the early ones aren't good. They're creative, but they're not well written, at least as it was explained to me. I can't read Japanese, so I can't comment. But it's really fascinating how, like, that series has been going on for, like, 55 books now. And, you know, the writer did come into his own stride, but he just started by writing cool vampire guy who does cool things on Robo-Horse. Like, alright. You know, often I find there's this big obsession on people when they have hit their stride, their master of their craft. In the art sphere, I was a huge fan of Blade of the Immortal. Now, if you haven't read Blade of the Immortal, the story's fine. Like, an immortal sword fighter teams up with a girl who seeks revenge on the person who killed her parents. Cool. How's that for an original concept? Oh, wait. However, it turns out the guy was an art teacher, and he was just doing these pencil sketches for fun. And they are ridiculous. And so it's great to look at that and absorb that, but to become over-obsessed with it, you're looking at someone at the peak of their craft, not the arc of the path that led there. I don't know. Sorry, anyway, this is a long-winded way of saying, Akari, just fucking go for it, friend, and it's good to hear. Anyway! Okay, so game news is not dramatic today, but it's fucking weird. So buckle up, buttercups, I got stories to tell you. Now, do you want to start with shady shit? Or do you want to start with weird shit? Alright, well, while you're deciding, for those of you who are seeking funding, Griffin Gaming Partners have launched a 100 mil indie dev fund, which Hooded Horse will be leading up. Now, it's a rev share model instead of an equity stake, which could be good or fucking terrible. You'd need to see the contract to know whether or not it's a good idea, but on paper, it seems kind of cool. There aren't as many funds running around right now as there have been in the past. Same with like government grants and shit like that. But, you know, that's kind of cool. Also, like, links are only disabled for people who aren't sub. And what is that, Kakazi? Okay. Who's that? Oh, Ocelot. Heck and thank you. Okay. Yeah, see, that's just linking to the press release. Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome. So, that's not anything else. I mean, obviously, if you're looking to go in that, like, it's a gaming-focused operation, but it's still venture capital, so scrutinize those contracts and expect them to screw you. But, hey, if you can get 5 mil to make your indie game, I can take it. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Like, it's really appreciative. Akari, I know it's you. Okay. Followed by Ocelot feels like a Metal Gear Solid plot point. So there's a little bit of a double header. The Code Workers Alliance have been trying to get the Canadian government to maybe pay attention to the EA buyout deal, because it will affect everything. Well, so Scotty, again, we'd need to look at the deals. Back in the day, what was considered quote-unquote indie by venture capital was anything between 1 to 5 mil. Now, we know that a real indie budget is anywhere from about, like, 10k to, 250k. But that's another story. And it's not impossible for a funding operation to not be shit. Just as long as you always expect venture capital to screw you in some way, shape, or form, and to make sure your contracts reflect that, jobs are good. Well, no, so Scotty, it's not about headlines, it's the bending down to pick up a dollar. This was how it was explained to me, is like, when someone reaches a level of affluence, and in this analogy, the person is also a company, the amount of time it would take for them to stop and pick up a dollar is less than they would make if they continued walking, right? I.e., if your hourly rate is so high that the time it would take to stop and pick up a dollar is less than. For those companies, the amount of time it would take to do the contracts and work with them, like work with an indie developer, is significantly more than 10k. So even if that makes back its full investment and then a little bit more, it's actually cost them too much money. It's one of the reasons why, like, the medium to larger budgets became more and more prevalent. It's less work to turn 100 mil into 300 mil than it is to turn 20k into 100k. You know what I'm saying? The percentages are higher, but yeah, But yeah, like, it's just, in a time when we're all hurting for cash, I'm not going to say to anybody, like, don't take VC money. Just scour the contract. Assume that they are going to turn around on a dime in a year and try and change things up. Get that legal shit locked in. That's all I'm saying. But yeah. So you remember how EA was making all that noise about, like, oh, we're not doing so good and we have to lay everybody off? Alleged, Watto, and welcome. So EA has actually had one of its record-breaking years. Actually, EA has been making more money year in, year out for 9 years. So all that fucking boo-hoo-hoo. Hey! Hamsternator, Watto, and welcome. You want to learn about video games? I got a lot of game stuff to talk about. And wine stuff to talk about, but we'll get to that. Hamsternator, how was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me your tales! You need game news? Well, I got you. And most of it's weird. No, it's really weird. Oof. So Hamstater and Squad just finished 1,000 times resist. Congrats. It's a hell of a journey. It's a hell of a journey. And a game that has done so well that it's helped forge a path with Black Tabby Games for a new indie publisher, which is fucking cool. Okay. An alleged, we talked about that a couple days back. That was something back during the 2010s. And yes, Amazon wanted Nintendo to sell them DSs cheaper than they were selling them to Walmart and big box stores. And they were like, hey, that's not legal. Amazon, shockingly, Amazon, not good. No, so, Scotty, the thing is, EA titles are making silly amounts of money. The mass firing of people across varying EA projects was just to make the numbers look even better. Before, probably, they sell the whole fucking thing to the Saudi investment fund. EA is a level of shitty that does not get as much hate as it deserves. Oh, Will, everybody hates on EA. Not enough. Not a fuck enough. Alright? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. You know, we stopped giving EA shit a while back for having done different bad shit. And really, we shouldn't have. You know, no one's surprised to hear EA evil. Okay. What's Ocelot? Again, this is why I talk a lot about game news in its specifics, because the world of corpo press releases and corpo business is drastically divorced from reality. But they will say in public press releases that, you know, they're going through hard times and they've got to lay people off. I mean, EA does stand for evil arseholes. And Chaunerus, I would disagree. Like, Blizzard deserves all the hate that it's been getting for a lot of projects, but EA has been consistently evil for a long time. And because they don't use public-facing titles, and the larger portion of EA's big moneymakers don't actually, excuse you, mate, aren't actually aimed at what I would call kind of like, you know, core gaming. They're aimed at, you know, regular consumers who happen to play games on their downtime. You know, sports gaming fans have been getting rinsed harder than the train community. And yeah. It's just, when we look at the active amount of evil that is going on, like, EA is gutting the US games industry to make even more money so that they can then flip the company and sell it. That is what is currently happening. And it's lovely to see at least the Code Workers Alliance just trying to ring the alarm bell in Canada, where they'll actually pay attention. It will not raise alarm bells here in the US, as well. I don't like getting into real world politics shit because I don't have a grounding in that space and I can't speak with authority. We do know that family members related to the administration stand to make a lot of money from the EA sale to the Saudi investment fund. So it's probably going to go ahead. Like, should it happen? Absolutely the fuck not. But that's where we are. And okay, so on the subject of finance. Now, do you want to do weird or do you want to do wine? Oh, and whilst you're deciding, you want to do weird first. Okay. So, we talked yesterday about CCP, who are no longer CCP. They're actually called Fenris now. Okay, hang on, I want to get the details up so I'm not, like, biffing this one. Because, at least on my feeds, I haven't seen this discussed, and it's kind of fucking massive. Where are we? Here we go. So, if you missed the news, Pearl Abyss, the Korean parent company who bought CCP a couple years back, have sold it back to Hilmar for half of what they paid. Now, I still don't know what's going on with Pearl Abyss. I don't have the same visibility on, you know, Korean games publishers that I do on English language ones, because obviously, like, press releases and things like that aren't always directly translated. But what's going to happen? So CCP are going to be rebranding. Hang on, I need to find that as Fenris. I think it's Fenris Games. That Fenris Creations. It is not going to be publicly traded as we know, but it is going to have a board, and that board is going to include Google DeepMind. So. Yeah. Fenris Creations, and quote, Fenris Creations is now governed by its own board of directors, returning to a model similar to how the company operated before 2018. And one, this is where the corpo speak comes in, one designed to support strategic decision-making for persistent live games and long-running virtual worlds. If that made you want to puke a little bit, don't worry. It's standard. That's a visceral reaction. Now, I don't know Hilmar. A bunch of my industry friends do, and they say he's not a dickhead. But it is worth noting that of CCP, now Fenris, which, by the way, getting rid of CCP as a brand is incredibly stupid, you know, but whatever. There's probably some legal nonsense. Alongside EVE Online, they were developing a blockchain-powered, like, open universe game. There's also the EVE Mobile, and there is their next EVE shooter, which, unlike Dust, will not plug into EVE Online main. Their goals keep EVE Online as essentially like a self-contained bubble, because that's what fucking keeps them alive. They have said there are no plans to change the company structure. Their headquarters will remain in Iceland, with studios in Reykjavik, London, and Shanghai. Well, Minnesota, it's Fenris Creations. This is why I was bringing up the press release stuff, so I can make sure I'm being clear with my lingo. Now, what does this mean? Fuck if I know. Now, Google DeepMind... The fact that it's Google DeepMind specifically, and they have a minority stake, is probably how they were able to afford to pick up the company back from Pearl Abyss. But yes, DeepMind is the artificial intelligence division of Google. Which is a little worrying. Okay, let's be honest. It's a lot worrying. Now, yeah. As it is in press release territory, take everything here with a grain of salt, including the potential... They've said they are looking into an EVE Online offline version. How would that fucking work? I don't know. EVE Online has been its own, like, nightmare beast since the 2000s. At one point, it was running on a scratch-built server cluster made out of PS3s. CCP were actually part of the lawsuit against Sony to allow people to install their own OS on the PlayStation 3. Yeah, actually, it does feel that way, doesn't it? But, alright. You know. It's an EVE offline would be something that I would play for a weekend and go, wow, this is really boring, and then never come back to. Like, it's like when you play the offline variations of online-specific games. It frees you up to do all the cool shit that you wouldn't get to do at endgame, but then you realize that those worlds are designed to have that, like, living ecosystem, and its absence can be felt very acutely. It's like, if you want a good example, play Borderlands 1 solo. It's so empty and sad. It's really haunting. Now, that works with a post-apocalyptica, but with space, who knows? Fuck off, Moose. But Moose, congratulations on the first. Hang on, I need to get that on the board. I got distracted by cool people coming on in. So Ocelot, EVE Online is often called spreadsheets in space, which is not really entirely fair, but it's a disambiguation, right? EVE Online is not an action game. It is kind of, it's closer to Final Fantasy VII in like action turn-based. You know, you don't fly your spaceship. You say, spaceship, fly here, and it does. Stay 100 meters away in orbit, it does. Target this and fire your guns, right? You don't aim, you don't shoot. There is no landing on planets. There is no walking in space stations. You are always a disambiguation. Gameplay-wise, it plays weirdly kind of like a space LARP with its own weird rules. Weird rules, weird scams. I mean, a better experience to describe it thusly would be like, excuse you. Closer to like a MOBA, in that you are using RTS controls in a single unit.
EVE might not be a spreadsheet simulator, but it is some product.
Ereman, that's a good one. Thank you. But seriously, that's $5 to keeping me alive. I'm very, very appreciative. I spent a lot of time in EVE because I wanted it to be something it wouldn't. Ah, Avenger, you were robbed. You were robbed. And, like, EVE Online is fine. Like, it's probably got more in common with games like Rust. Like, you can play EVE Online without engaging the PvP elements and things like that, but you're kind of siloing yourself, and ultimately there's only so many level 5 missions and, you know, high-sec mining operations you can go on. What tends to happen with EVE Online is that people play it for a bit, then they get into a corp, that corp says, let's get into wormhole space. Wormhole space is basically like Rust. You know, you build your own space stations, you build them in like little pocket dimensions, then you get rolled by someone larger and everything gets destroyed while you're sleeping, and then you never come back. The end. Okay, and Moose, you're on the board. No. The things that you need to know about EVE Online is that it has been one of the longest running, what we now call live service games. It is, at least at one point, it was so successful that it was a large contributor to, like, the Icelandic economy, right? There is even a there's a public sculpture in Reykjavik that was put up back in the 2010s, and inscribed in it was every EVE pilot who was playing at the time. Wilhelm von Crabbattle, my EVE alter ego, is on there. I was a battleship pilot on my Megatron. Well, technically I used a Kronos, but my Kronos was a moneymaker. It's a T2 battleship, but I did used to use my leftover money to just do fun, stupid shit, like jump scaring people with a stealth bomber. Good times, good times. Anyway. Yeah, well, Trashcan, it's not hard to understand. Anyone who's played Dwarf Fortress gets that some games aren't for watching, they're for storytelling, you know? Oh, nice! Yeah, Hamsnayer, you get it. You get it. Now, there is an alternate universe where EVE Online slowly grew into the everything game, but due to some what would turn out to be poor business choices, like CCP went through many iterations. They purchased White Wolf, known for the Vampire the Masquerade, and for a while were the sole owners of that whole thing. Famously, they were going to make a Vampire the Masquerade MMO, which was going to be more about like social manipulation than it was going to be like an open combat game. That dev process ran expensive and ran long, and was ultimately scrapped. If you look around YouTube, you can still find some like tech demo stuff. Then EVE Online was going to grow into a multifaceted operation. There was going to be land battles via Dust 514. There was going to be walking in space stations where you would walk around and talk with other capsuleers. These were ultimately scrapped and put back. Hell, at one point the player base of EVE held a protest, which has actually been acknowledged in-game, but that's another story. Yeah, I mean, Trashcan, technically, I was in some of the big nullsec fights. I technically got a kill on one of the devs, but I was one of, like, 5,000 people targeting who managed to do, like, 0.0 damage. Bear with me just a second.
Smells like trash.
Anyway, it's just EVE Online has been both a fascinating use case and kind of a siloed creation for many, many years. And one of the things that was interesting is that they did go in on the blockchain setup. However, they were attempting to use blockchain tech to create essentially a sister project to EVE Online where users would create the universe. Now, this is one of those things where, like, we've gone through several cycles in video games of, like, tech from the tech sector that has bled over and ultimately been an overhyped nightmare. No one wanted NFTs. However, during the early days, there were some creative implementations of blockchain tech that ultimately didn't pan out. Blockchain tech is insanely difficult to patch or change without doing a full reset. So anything that's running on blockchain stuff is very hard to unfuck. And video games are not made in a way that is entirely stable. But my Web 3.0! You're fucking right. You know, we've seen a few of these. Same with VR. Like, CCP did make a VR-only fighting game called, like, EVE Valkyrie. There was also talk at some point of, like, EVE drones, or fighters, being controlled by players during large battles in like an action style. There was no world in which that was actually going to work with EVE Online, but it was a lovely idea. Sorry, I'm getting wildly off topic here, but it's just to point out that CCP were really making a push for the everything space game, and they nearly got there. However, an internal push into microtransactions went the wrong route, and an internal email titled "Greed is Good" leaked, and the player base revolted. The thing about EVE Online is that there are a lot of people, it is their only game, it is their raison d'etre, and those people are the ones who spend the most. Like, we're not even talking about, wolves, whales, and sheep here. We are talking about a core fan base that love a thing so much they put mad bank into it, right? And when those players are unhappy, so CCP dropped a whole bunch of their interconnected nonsense. Dust 514 also went a weird route. Rather than being a PC-based shooter, it was free to play on PS3, and that created a whole bunch of shit. PlayStation's netcode back then was not good. I don't know if it still is. I haven't had to work on a PS4 online game, and I never will. But the PS3... So trying to get EVE Online, the MMO, and the PlayStation Network to play nice, and to play nice with people in-game, yeah, it did not work. So yeah, CCP have been owned by a bunch of people. It's been wild. I mean, if we look at... the wiki on it, it's like... Oh yeah, so CCP merged with White Wolf Publishing in 2006, and then that all got fucking weird. They would go on to sell the rights to Paradox, who I think still own it. Yeah, they shut down the San Francisco office, which was bad but smart. They sold off the Newcastle studio back in 2017. Oh yeah, so Pearl Abyss bought them out in 2018, and they stayed with Pearl Abyss until now. And it's wild to see like how many cancelled projects they've had here. You know what's fucking wild? Like, between you, me, and the goalposts, the rumbling of Eve 2 was happening back in the 2010s. Like, CCP was shopping around to see like what they could make the Eve sequel on. They even started to hint at an Eve 2 in their own cinematics. But they I guess they pulled back on that idea. I think they're too worried about a migration of user base breaking Eve. Because if Eve breaks, CCP's toast. So yeah. Will equals Black Mage. Well, I mean, I'm not a fighter, that's for sure. Okay. That's all on that one, but it's a little wild one, and it's... The worry, of course, being is that if Google DeepMind is part of the board, they are a minority stake, not a majority stake. But, like, the AI bubble pop is coming. And I'm not saying that as a hopeful thing, it's like, this is a product with no users that is being heavily touted by the investment place. Right now, everyone who can get out of the AI bubble has. They all pivoted to gambling. Everybody else left holding a bunch of shovels who thought they were the ones selling shovels, but were themselves they were the schmoes, the schmucks. That's currently what we're dealing with. At least in my humble opinion. I need to talk to you about meme stocks. I need to talk to you all about wine. So... how many of you are familiar with the concept of meme stocks? That back in 2020, a group of very bored individuals on Reddit got together and picked a bunch of like failing companies to short. I mean, Dan's video is the best one around it. GameStop's the most famous one, but I believe Bed Bath & Beyond and a few others were included. At one point, there was this whole thing about like the infinity gauntlet of meme stocks. Sorry, I just missed jumping back. Vershi saying you can make a game called Eve 2, advertising it as having a single-player campaign in addition to a familiar shared experience. Then release Eve 1, but with slightly different graphics, more ships, no single-player stuff, and just claim it's Eve 2. And then drop the 2 and the 1 all together and just call it Eve. Man, you have to be a fucking idiot to do that. Anyway, I think GameStop, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond. Alright. If you'd like a better understanding of meme stocks and the fucking insanity around them that then happened, like, seriously, Dan Olsen's video is literally the best resource of it. Like, I know it's a bit of a meme when the homies are the people to listen to, but the meme stocks around GameStop had a strange knock-on effect, right? As it has been explained to me, the current CEO of GameStop kind of gained some infamy in the investment circuits. A bunch of weird meme stock supporters started to venerate this fucking guy, and a bunch of people in the investment circuit started to look at what was happening around GameStop as his intent, and not what it really was, which was some batshittery during lockdown. Hey, look, I mean, offers at one point, the meme stock thing was kind of cool. It was a group of people getting together to fuck over the very system that destroys us all, you know, using the legal means of investment as a big fuck you. I'm all about that, you know, smash the system with the system. The problem was, some people got too deep into the paint and it started to loop back. Again, watch Dan Olsen's video. I believe it's called This is Financial Advice. I'll grab the link for you. Or not. I like how when I type in Dan's channel, it says Folding Ideas, Internet Personality. Alright. Or maybe it's just a fucking person who makes some great videos. Here we go. This is Financial Advice. Boof. No, that's my own copy. Paste. Okay, there we go. Now, this isn't drastically important, but the next bit is. So, for those who don't know, Rebecca Valentine was one of the last good people at IGN. They've left IGN, they're at Kotaku now, which is why Kotaku's reporting has gone up. Kotaku's been under new management for like 6 months, and it's been slowly climbing. Anyway, that's another story. As you probably know from the last couple of days, the GameStop CEO said he wants to buy eBay. Now, eBay is worth significantly more money than GameStop. And so obviously the question is, how are they gonna fucking do this? Partly, they are selling meme shit from GameStop on eBay. Now, this is the smokescreen, right? You can buy a GameStop sign, or you can buy a square of a carpet from GameStop through eBay. Alright? But that's not where it gets dark. This is the shit right here. So, GameStop has now announced a thing where you can buy graded Pokemon cards from anywhere from $25 to $5,000. Alright, I mean, fuck you for doing this, you know, but this is where it gets fucking dark. Okay, so you're like, alright, so I can buy these. You can spend this money to rip a digital pack that contains a single PSA graded sports or Pokemon card. You can see what card it is online, and this is where it gets fucked up. You can either choose to have it shipped to you, or you can sell it on GameStop to someone else on their platform. And GameStop take a cut of the money. You can also, you can also have it shipped to a climate-controlled, secure facility in Delaware until you want it. You'll see it now. You see the book. Yeah, they're hosting a Pokemon card speculative market. It's wine trading for Pokemon cards. So, if you're not familiar with wine trading is like crazy money, rich people shit. But it's basically where you buy a bottle of wine in a controlled facility, and then you sell it to someone else. Now, why is wine trading so wild? Because wine, so long as it doesn't go off, so long as it doesn't go nasty, only ever increases in value. There can only be so many bottles of wine made by a certain vineyard in a certain year. Right? Every one of those bottles that gets drunk or goes off increases the value of the other bottles of wine. So what you do is you put all these bottles of wine in a sealed facility, and then people trade them back and forth as they go up in price. This is what they want to do with Pokemon cards. Yeah. Trash can, it absolutely is a grift with extra steps. The thing that they're adding here... Oh yeah, no, I'll give you all the link to the article. Now, as people are pointing out, this isn't anything new. There are multiple huge entities that are getting into like speculative markets around collectibles. As a bunch of you said, this has happened with sports memorabilia for a long time. With nerdery, the push has been more recent in the last, like, pretty much post-2020. Like, the spike in people hoarding retro games and collectibles and things like that because they were stuck indoors and sad must have sparked on enough investment people's radar that different people have been coming into it. Like, another video to put on your watch list to get a better understanding of how this is happening. It will make you angry. Like, I'm just going to tell you this now. It's not going to shock or surprise you. But this video here from Mother's Basement goes into detail about the kinds of people who are pushing this. Now, that one is specifically about gradings around issues of Shonen Jump, but it also covers that whole bullshit with one of the I think it's Logan Paul, who bought a Pokemon card for 5 million and like wore it around his neck. That was a promotional push around a similar maneuver to get Pokemon cards graded and thus spike their price and value. Now, again, I know this doesn't seem very spicy, but it's the combination of, like, speculative trading on Pokemon cards, which GameStop themselves will own. All of the things that get ripped and put into that facility will then essentially create this, like, huge stockpile of, in theory, valuable cards. And the random pack element of it, you know, this idea that, you know, you spend... Like, it even says here in the image, it's like, estimates based on market value that if you spend $5,000 on a neutronium pull, that the top pull you could get is worth $69,000. You seeing it? It's a sinister combination of like gacha maneuvers, speculative investment, fucking gambling and shit. It's like an evil on evil on evil sandwich. And this is how GameStop are intending on making the money to buy eBay. Oh, Ocelot, this is massively questionable. It's definitely one of those, there's enough steps in between the spending and the action to obfuscate it if you don't know. You know, and with speculative, what do they call it? Like, speculative in, no, not investment, speculative market? The wanky betting apps that are now everywhere. Those still haven't been clarified as fully legal and probably won't get clamped down, at least in the US. Predictive markets, thank you, Anis. So, this having enough obfuscation and there being a physical thing may allow them to skirt a lot of the gambling and bullshit. Like, yeah, I can't believe it's not gambling. You know, trash can, yeah, wanky markets is good. So yeah, now we know how GameStop are planning on paying for everything and how this level of fuckery is wild. Wild. So yeah, reading about this morning and I'm just like, what the fuck? Now, as you all know, like, GameStop tried doing an NFT marketplace, they've tried doing Bitcoin stuff, they've tried doing all sorts of shit. All over a children's card game. Yeah. You know, and a matter of time, right, before it starts creeping into other, like, well, everything. Honestly, it'd be Funko Pops if Funko Pops had maintained their value. Now, the thing about this is that Pokemon will continue to make and sell cards, so these will eventually become worthless. However, the early cards will increase in value, much like with wine. Because the other element that this has is that people are playing Pokemon. You know, the Pokemon card game is a thing that people enjoy. So there's still a use case for the physical objects. Now, Hoffers is asking if anything like this has gone on with Magic the Gathering. Not that has crossed my feed. Like, I haven't come across that, but again, what I know only really accounts to, like, the things that start to cross over into the video game space.
Such a beautiful day.
So, Ocelot, I would be careful of that. Sorry, Ocelot says the MTG Union is looking for signatures on a petition to be recognized? No. So the MTG Union is waiting to be recognized by Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro. Since forming a union and making public statements on it, whilst Wizards of the Coast have made statements to the press, they have made no discussions with the union. So, like, I'm not trying to say don't do it, but I'm always hesitant to put my name on anything that's petition-wise. I interviewed for one of those, like, people on the street, like, give us your details for, you know, petitions and whatnot. And this was back in the 2000s, and finding out that, like, yo, It's literally just selling data.
Such a beautiful.
Yeah. Well, so Ehrman, that's the other thing is like scalping is a different thing. It is not good. I am not pro scalping, obviously, but but the idea of scalping is, you know, get exclusives, crank the price, sell them on the secondary market, right? You know, I think the most funny one was during lockdown, the Pokemon Oreos, that people were trying to sell the rare Mew Oreo for like $5,000. We don't like it, but it's there. This is something wholly more sinister. Again, like, if you're not read up on wine trading, it's essentially, it's not just investment, right? It's essentially money laundering, the way you purchase and trade these bottles of wine back and forth. Because they never actually go anywhere, you know? I mean, Fearless was joking about it, but yeah, most of us learned about it from an episode of fucking Ghost in the Shell. Well, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. With this GameStop thing, what would happen is that there would be a huge warehouse in Delaware that just has fuckloads of Pokemon cards in storage that never go anywhere. They are just traded back and forth between people online, right? And every time those trades happen, GameStop gets a cut. It's essentially, I mean, it's a Valve skin market. It's wine trading. It is its own bizarro speculative space and will be used for nefarious purposes. Yes, and yeah, Vershi's right. The thing that makes this sinister is this idea of like, you're not just buying a specific bottle of wine, you're buying a gacha pull of maybe a bottle of wine. That might be one of the expensive ones, but it might just be $25. Whip whip. I mean, so Aeon, you're right. I own this now, I want my card. But how difficult are they going to make it to acquire your card? The Ketteril, essentially, yes. Like, the whole thing with NFTs was that the people with cash wanted us buying and selling them back and forth to each other because we'd be buying and selling them on a currency that they own in an environment that they control. You know, now, this will be USD, so it's not a currency that GameStop control, but it's an environment they control. And they can just go, nah, shut the whole thing down and then flog it. Because I will bet you, cash money dollars, there will be something in the terms of service of using this random bullshit that means that actually they own these Pokemon cards until they're physically sent to you. Okay. Sorry. That was me zoning out for a second. I apologize. It's just... It's wild to me that this is where these things are going. Now, I would never tell you that if you desperately want a really cool card, buy a proxy online. I would never tell you to do that. I would never say that if there is a card that you desperately want to have on your wall because you really love it, that you should just buy a fucking proxy. You know? I'm a Tepig fan. My cards cost cents. But Numbers, that is wild. That is wild. Okay. Okay. The only other thing to talk about video game news-wise, just a quick one. Valve have done a nice little thing for everybody. The CAD files for the Steam controller are live. So if you do decide to pick up a Steam controller when they're back in stock, you can just make a modded shell or make any changes to it that you want. Just go for it, which I really love. And PBS, to my understanding, there are collectible investment funds based around like sports memorabilia and things like that. It's just, again, it's so far out of my wheel well that I don't have a good grounding in it. I can't tell you how legal or the actual like financial machinations that go on around these things. I do know Pokemon cards and I do know video games. So... Okay. Yeah. That is the long and short of it for video game flavored nonsense. If you want to check the releases with me real quick, because there's a few folks who haven't been in. I will say, from our conversation yesterday, it's really sad. So, Hypnos is they call it Lovecraftian, which I think is incorrect. It's a mega structure, like exploration walking sim with these like weird, strange, twisted, like impossible structures. It was very good, albeit not very finished. Like, it was rough. Exploring the Nameless City was interesting. But again, I just wanted to point out that, like, this is an early access title, which is currently asking for $20 new. The $15 like introductory offer for their launch window is not bad, but again, like, it's early access. It's early access. It does not have a clear like through line, and asking $20 for this. So you're telling me your game is as good as Silksong, and I know that's a horrible thing to say, but you know. Once again, like, look at the market you're in, not the market you wish you were in. Turnabout finally hit version 1. Amber Spire released today. Well, yeah, and Cinemox, I can never pronounce it, but that one is free. I actually have that on the streaming sideboard, so we'll do a stream of that at some point. Well, so Ocelot, we had a long talk about this yesterday, so I don't want to bore everybody with the same conversation 2 days in a row, but it's... art costs what art costs. In an ideal world, all the homies should be able to sell their indie game for $40 and sell shitloads of copies and live comfortably and have dental and medical. But that isn't the world we live in. Right now, if you're in English language territories, you're in an economic downturn. And an economic downturn that is affecting people much more severely than, you know, the 2008 recession. Video games are getting fucking bodied. The quality and variety of games that people have access to is significantly higher than the last time we had a big economic downturn. And that has unfortunately led to a situation where, like, your game has to reach a level of quality, or at least perceived quality in the user's eyes, to command, like, high price points. And right now, the ceiling max for an indie is about $20. And that $20 range is commanded by Slay the Spire and Silksong right now, and other equivalents. So yeah. This title's cute. It is also asking for $25 at launch. And it's that thing of like, is this game worth $25? Maybe. Am I going to pay $25 for it? That's the question you got to ask yourself. In the Black's doing not great after a day. But if you didn't see Jess's stream of it last night, Waxhead's doing good. If you've ever been into music or British pubs, let me put this one on your radar. I got to watch a whole bunch of it last night, and it's really good. Yeah, great writing, great characters, good tunes. Okay. And yeah, and the rest is all stuff from last week. Sticker Ball, which is basically like punky Nubby's Number Factory. I'm kind of keeping an eye on Gam Bonanza, because no one's made crazy money on a chess roguelike, but everyone's scratching at the same idea. And Forbidden Solitaire is doing wonderfully, which makes me very happy. Because again, if you don't know, this is a crossover episode from the team behind Regency Solitaire and Home Safety Hotline. And our good friend Zalaviri plays one of the characters. So yeah. So friends, that's Vidya Games as they currently stand. We're going to be jumping into Motoslice in just a sec. And if you haven't seen this one, Motoslice is a mashup of like Nier Automata, Shadow of the Colossus, where you parkour up mech-sized construction equipment to deconstruct it with your chainsaw blade. Now, I will say, when I put this on our schedule, I was not sure that Motoslice was going to do big. But Motoslice is selling great. Now, I still want to play it because it's like the most us-coded game. But again, like, it's already at 500 reviews after 2 days. It's setting up to do real good. And it's easy to see why. Like, you know, Nier Automata left a big hole in people's hearts. Like, it's bright, it's colorful, it looks fucking cool, you know? So I'm looking forward to having a run around on this today. So yeah, if you're heading out Ocelot, have a lovely rest of your day. And for everybody else, let's get our feature presentation started. Okay, where's my controller? But anyway, yeah, so I don't know. Alright, that's a cool little detail. So, right stick moves the character a little bit. Apparently, if you click enough times, she closes the game. Let's see if we can trigger that one. The shoulder buttons mess with the goggles. And the left stick makes the character kind of like flail around. Poke her in the face in the main menu and make her rage quit. It's the little details. It's the little details. And don't do this. Video. No. There we go. Return. Okay, so everyone ready to get to it? Because without further ado, it's my pleasure to show you all Motoslice. Now, I am hoping this game does well, because, well, it's not a, like, you know, weird indie...
This is Slicer P. I have arrived at the target destination. As suspected, it is an array megastructure. Requesting Central Slicer's operator. Over.
This is Operator G to Slicer P. Understood.
Oh,
Proceed
man,
with extreme caution, and remember, destroy every machine in this godforsaken place.
They spend some cash.
Roger. Commencing contract at MSC TIC 16.
They got their anime voiceovers.
Failure is forbidden.
Failure is forbidden.
Damn. The Near Automata stuff is already popping off. Okay.
Signals are too weak. There's something wrong.
Steve Blum, is that you? Hey,
Corruption unknown. Location unknown. Alpha structure unknown. P, I'm unable to fully operate your orb drone unit. The array interference is too high. I cannot provide you with recon support. The risks are too high. And if you...
G, what's your status? G, respond!
Orby.
Not this again. Come on, I don't have time for this. What a piece of junk.
Got plenty of good screenshots already. Okay. It's just cool to see P from Liza P
There,
getting more work.
That is new. $50,000 viruses. Computer Orville very. Orby. Fucking Ginge. Fuck off. You're not allowed to call me Ginge. Only a ginger can call another ginger ginger. Hello, Orby.
Beep boop.
It's getting harder to put you back to work. Are you broken for good this time? Well, it's better this way anyway. Not an operator, but I can do things my way this way. Come on, follow me.
Okay. I gotta check it. Okay, the only thing I can find is the main character is listed. Who else is in here? God darn it. Oh well, I give up. I'm not gonna scroll through 50,000 sites to find out who the orb was. Ooh, got some oomph in that chainsaw. Yeah, numbers I saw. All right. That's it. Okay. Smooth landing. Ooh. Okay, I've got to change this camera angle. Jesus. Is that in game? Camera mode. Non-floaty. Ugh. Alright, there we go. Alright. Well, that looks like... And there we go. Yeah, well, so the only person who's listed on this is the lead actress, who is Kira Buckland. And she's done a squillion different things. I think the orb is Steve Blum. Good old Mr. Spike Spiegel himself, but...
Confirming contact with a motor at the MSC TIC-16. Corruption detected. The structure is compromised. Engaging with the enemy.
But then again, if it is... Nintendo just dropped Shadow dropped Star Fox Nintendo Direct. Anything interesting from it? Like, so Fuzzy, I'm an unapologetic Nintendo enjoyer. I just don't discuss them much because, I mean, the two reasons being, one, people who solely focus on Nintendo products tend to be more in the drama sphere than anything else. And that Nintendo aren't in the video games business. Nintendo are in the toy business. They just happen to make games. And I know that seems like a weird thing, but it's how you have to think of their business model. Because if you think of them like a regular games company, you know, their shit doesn't make sense, and there's nothing really to learn. Okay. Okay. That weird purring noise is just to indicate it's got Nier Automata's like changed camera system. Yeah. Virtue was just saying another game I won't play because I'm probably going to get a Switch 2. Same. You know, Fearless gave us a Steam Deck, like, what, 2 years ago now? And that's been fucking brilliant. I can't justify another handheld console. I know Jess wants one for, like, you know, Tomodachi Life and the newer Pokemon stuff. And that's cool. Like, if we ever reach that level of affluence once more, it'd be kind of cool. Alright, we'll just climb it down here. Alright. Yeah. Well, so Dustin, I mean, I've always said that Nintendo make decisions very, very slowly. Much, much slower than everybody else. Like how they didn't get into the mobile market until 10 years after everybody else. And that's pretty much to do with the fact that their video game business is secondary to their other franchise, you know? Pikachu's the moneymaker. You can parry a machine if you attack at the same time as the enemy. Oh, that's cool. The parry window. Oh shit, the bed. I wish this was more metal so I could call this like Shadow of the Duhas Alus. Oh, okay, I get it now. Are you dead, or is there anything else I need to do? Fuck sticks. Okay, don't worry about it. Please ignore that bone-crunching noise. And apparently... these robot bones? So, one thing that's interesting, and I realize now why it was doing the wobbly camera thing. So, we're not necessarily just playing as this lass. We're playing as the little robot. In this increasingly large setup. Lost drones can be collected at the nearest cargo triangulation zone. If you die before reaching it, they won't be collected. And they can be sacrificed as a shield. Okay. So Aeon, I wouldn't say so. Like, I really want to play this game because it is taking inspiration from so many titles that are important to us. You know, it's mega structure, mech-sized mining equipment versus, like, Animu badassery. So it's not hard to understand why this is something that's very us. But I also... it was like I was saying, this is what I would call an experiential game. I think the spectacle of this game will fall down real quick. apparently we can't cut this bastard in half, so... Yeah, Avenger, like, jiggle physics on accessories. Let's fucking go. Okay, anyway. Saving some orb drones. Ah, hold X to motor slide. Fucking wee! This seems like a totally safe way to travel! Selling jiggle physics and jiggle physics accessories. I'm kind of keeping an eye out because I don't know how near they're going to go with this. Like, are we going to be exploring weird segments or otherwise? Exactly. Avenger gets it. Chainsaws are toys, not tools. However, I mean, the year is far from over, but Resident Evil 9 is currently winning the fun things to do with chainsaws in video games contest. There is a press button to slack off. Sold.
How am I gonna climb to the top of this structure?
One foothold at a time.
Could this be the place Central is looking for? An alpha structure that can control all the machines. Do you think that's true?
Just focus on killing machines. I'm not scared.
I've been doing this for so long. It's probably just a myth. Well, it doesn't matter. My job here is to hunt down machines. Reaching the top is just part of a job well done.
Okay. Hang on. Bear me just a second. Okay. Sorry about that. Alright. And you're all terrors. 1 million years dungeon. Scotty, some lessons got to be learnt hard. What's the quote from a Hogfather?
Warby. Warby. Warby.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. The way she's saying Orby is a little weird. A little weird, but okay. It's time to get climbing, friends. We've got some big bastards to break and some huge machines to destroy. And Orzine, Watto and welcome! Completely unrelated to this, though, I am looking forward to finally getting to see more Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man the movie. We get to see it soon. Well, actually, whenever I have the time to sit down and watch it. We don't touch the grinders. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, no, so Aeon, I think the things to look at with this one is, again, it's like the intentional pixelated kind of like low poly textures, really simple color palette, and letting a large amount of the okay, and have rumbling doors. Let me get into it. There's so much that the post-processing and visuals are doing heavy lifting for, and it makes it pop. You know, megastructure games are, you know, tricky to put together at the best of times. You know, that size and scale doesn't come from nowhere. Ah, here we go. Two orbs. I like in their familiarity. Princess of Chainsaw, the parkour of time. That's pretty good.
Wait. Wait, I've seen this before. This is the way to the engine core of NT3120 protector from Galaxy Quest, right?
Actually, Scotty, this is the way to the bridge, not the engine. The bridge, the engine would be going the other way, which is down. Scotty, thank you for the 200. I fucking love that. I did realise, though, that you mentioned that the slug cat counter was still on screen, and with everything, I forgot to turn that off. Everything happened so much. I have not known a moment's peace in many, many days. Monday, it was basically a gnat. I had gnat's tit away from like a full fucking breakdown. Yeah, I see you. The smears of oil, but I got through it. Okay. I will say though, while we understand the differences between a game like this and that one I showed you earlier, the was like the Nameless City or what have you. Easy job. I don't know.
Readings didn't detect a structure this big.
I do want to go back to that thing of like, users will look at scope and scale. They can't see the way in which you make your games. And there will definitely reach a situation where users will start looking around to other titles and be like, why are you so small? Why aren't you huge? Why don't you have these massive encounters?
You know, Orby, if I knew it, I wouldn't have accepted this contract. So much for an easy job.
Stop complaining. Okay. Parkour! Parkour! Because this is... Yeah. It said there was like a cool, almost Batman vision mode. I know I don't seem to be able to get back to it, but I've got a little more orb squad with me, so. Okay. So I think that's going to be our first boss up that way. So friends, we're kind of creeping up on the 2-hour mark. I desperately need to pee. So I will be back with you all in just a sec. Get coffees, get teas, beveraginos, or whatever is time zone appropriate. And I'll be back with you all in just a second. Okay. So I just got myself some bread. Some bread with some hummus. Soundtrack slaps. And hey, I am entirely down for a game that is very anime coded whilst not being weird and or gross. And I have been thinking about like what's not supposed to be going on that way, but, it is a hard thing really kind of like reevaluating a lot of like anime type stuff. You know, when does a game actually utilize sex or sexy like character designs in a way that actually says something and isn't gross and or fan service? Is hard because it's like, I don't know, I was thinking about this the other day of like Nier Automata. The character designs at first glance seem like they're just hypersexualized for the service of service, right? That they don't, they're not doing anything, they're not saying anything. But then you play through Nier Automata and you're like, oh, this was actually doing something, you know? Fuck you. Damn, that's dark. Oh, and we lose all. Do we lose all the Zorbs? I have to resorb. Oh no. Just that one. Okay. You know, and Avenger, that was what was like really interesting at the time. Is like, you know, saying, oh, 2B just looks like 2B because I like looking at a pretty girl's butt. And then you play through it and you're like, oh, you fucking bastard, you're actually saying something. You know, that humans would create the kind of androids that are hypersexualized but are also, you know, asked to forego any kind of like emotion or humanity. And Rare, Watto and welcome. It will shock you that we did not actually finish Rainworld last night. I know, shocking. But we made some good headway. I don't know. I've been stretched pretty thin of late, and what I wanted to do was keep going stream-wise, and I was clearly like past the exhaustion threshold. I was trying to explain why I personally dislike using the term Asian markets when talking about video games, because, you know, the differences between China, South Korea, and Japan in terms of how they spend money and kind of like the games they make and the games they buy is drastic. And I was trying to explain that articulately, and I kept just drifting off into space. But I was also stuck at a point where I know I'd gotten stuck in my previous playthrough. So I didn't want to leave it stuck in case I forgot what I needed to do next week. Doing charge attacks and you can't make me. And I'm gonna go dunk this orb now. I know, Aeon, I know. But it's more that... Like... For a long time, the US has been the dominant video game market, right? Nintendo, like a lot of Japanese companies, saw massive success by selling to the US consumer market, because during the 80s and 90s, like, the US was crazy affluent, spending money on all kinds of fun shit, and with a much larger population. Like, it's not rocket science. After that, in terms of regions that spent money on video games, UK, Canada were the other two big ones, and then you started getting into France, Spain, Germany, etc. So when selling video games, you used to basically aim for America and then hit Europe kind of as an afterthought. The Asian market was kind of considered this, like, not really worth bothering with, the amount of cost it takes to localize and all of that nonsense. Now, I'm not saying that it is a bad term to use. Like I was saying yesterday, it's like, I'm not going to admonish anybody who talks about, you know, if you say I'm going to the Asian supermarket, I'm not going to scream in your face. But if we're talking about the world of video games, you've got to put these regions. You cannot bundle China, Japan, and South Korea into the same group because they are so radically different. And it's an especially important thing to talk about now because, like, China's a way more affluent market than the US right now. Japan's essentially been holding steady. The Japanese games companies that have been surviving are doing great, and deservedly so. You know, it's been really nice watching Capcom kind of coming back into their own. And it does make me laugh that, you know, Capcom went through a spree of not really believing in themselves, and that the titles from that era, most of which got donked up. And hey, if you want to talk about old Capcom games, I am happy to talk about Sausage Hands, Bionic Commando, with the ultimate fridging. Yeah, yeah. I think that truck just said a slur at me. Let me have some more food before we boss battle it up. But yeah, I was trying to make that point yesterday, and I was just so brain tired. I couldn't make the words fit. Oh, numbers. Deck builders have been exploding for years. Like, beyond obviously the, you know, Slay the Spire and things like that. Like, fuck, Monster Train, the Bazaar, was it the Grand Bazaar? Yeah. There are enough deck builder fests to have a deck builder fest. unfortunately, very few of them seem to be hitting the quality threshold. Marco! Yeah, as a genre, if you can call it, it has been doing very well. Ah, cool. Yeah. And while I'm not saying every deck builder is a success, like financially, I will say that. Okay, yeah. I will say that when deck builders succeed, oh, it's B. All right. They are relatively cheap to make, with a high return. Yeah, that ease of creation, as Chonra says, is what leads to so many of them, and I'm not against that. I'd much rather we have a slew of deck builders than, like, you know, a system where we only get one and then everybody else is unable to make one, you know? Okay. Apparently that counted as the power attack. Go me, I guess. Viral says, your game has cards because of Slay the Spire. My game has cards because of Kirby 64. We are not the same. It's interesting that people were comparing this to Mirror's Edge, and it's really not. It's definitely closer to a lot of like the mega structure parkour games that we've played, mixed with Nier Automata. That, by the way, is very deserved comparison. Simple Chaos was just saying one of the few deck builders they're looking forward to is How Many Dudes, which has described itself as a dude builder. The one that made me laugh was the Rogue Light deck builder, where you play a rogue handyman building a light deck. Yeah, so Virals, that's actually the subplot of this game. We're destroying the machines that make the yellow paint. You know what genre is? It is because most of the people who are at a point of being able to, like, genre discuss don't play a lot of the same games that, you know, we play. Oh, shish. You know, we've played multiple like mega structure climbing games, but once again, the Longship are not the norm. Okay, that's a bit of panic. It is somewhat interesting that the fuck. Yeah. You know, Ozine, I keep thinking, like, I'd love to speak to more people who were in, like, the EA marketing space during that time. Just because, like... Mirror's Edge was probably not a concept that was ever going to sell crazy mucho bucks. But it sure didn't have the potential. Like, it had the potential to do good. You know, I still remember chatting to some people who were around Brutal Legend. Oh. Catastros, have a lovely night. To be continued, friend.
The lack of OSHA compliance is staggering.
OSHA? OSHA? OSHA holds no sway in this world. Is this Super Meat Boy 3D? Maybe. Well, if we get to do a replay where it shows us every one of our runs and how we horribly die, which I still think was the best feature of Meat Boy, maybe. Yeah, but again, Catastros, sleep well. It was lovely chatting with you. Yeah, and I know I talk about this one a lot, but it's just... There was this thing with Brutal Legend where EA got worried that it wasn't going to sell. So they kept pumping more marketing spend into it, which increased the cost of it, which increased the pressure to make it be a thing that sold. That if the EA marketing side hadn't meddled, Brutal Legend would have done okay. Huh. Akari, you good, homie? You good? I do have to say, this game's movement tech is fucking brilliant. And I'm so glad that it is not going too far into the hardcore. Actually, that's pretty funny. Why did the turkey cross the road? To get to the chicken. Wait, what's a turkey going to do with a chicken? Oh, nothing biologically accurate, that's for sure. Sorry, biologically productive. Because, yeah, Akari, why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. As in, to fucking die. It's the OG dark joke. Yeah. Also, Scotty, one thing that's interesting on this is it's not based on holding everything the fuck down with, like, the claw move. Your character is very good at this. And so there is not as much in the way of, like, you know, gripping 3 different buttons to do a maneuver. It's really interesting that, like, we've had wall running as a mechanic in 3D games now for generations, but most of the time it involves a rather complicated cacophony of button presses. Hell, it still amazes me that there are a lot of folks that don't remember that one of Assassin's Creed's selling points was the fact that you didn't have to keep mashing buttons or do precise controls. You held down the parkour. Should we take a break? Absolutely.
Central operator said we have an interference, but wasn't Benton Tech supposed to be motorproof? I don't want to replace my headset. It's still working fine. You're made of Benton, Orby. What's your view?
We are really close!
What are you looking at?
Are we getting into step orb territory? I worry. I worry. Anyway, chainsaw! But yeah, I always thought that the parkour tech around Assassin's Creed did not get nearly enough love over the years, you know? Like, you literally hold down the parkour button and you parkour. That's really fun, and a thing that people enjoy. Oh, no, we're good. Me? I'm not blushing at the giant ball over here. Get me with a jump scare. I'm a chainsaw wielding loon. don't know. It's that thing of we're getting closer and closer to having to have the how much does a video game cost, Michael? Because, like, over on our sphere of the internets, we are fully aware that okay, cool. We are very aware that video game budgets have gone squirrely, for lack of a better term. But that insanity, unfortunately, isn't going away anytime soon, because, like, I mean, you all saw the thing that apparently Grand Theft Auto 6 has cost $1 billion to make so far. And, firstly, ow. Says the orb is down. I'm good. That's a lot of fat from Nancy. Grand Theft Auto is going to make silly money. You know this, I know this, but unfortunately it means that people outside of our sphere are going to continue to bang the, oh, well, if you want to make big money in video games, you need $1 squillion. You know. At some point, the Piper will come and knock in for Rockstar. What will it take? I don't know. Yeah, built by one guy and 10,000 of his closest friends across fucking loads of studios. Like, and when Rockstar used to be making like a whole bunch of different games in different places, and those are all long fucking dead. What the fuck? Alright, that was mildly horrifying for a brief second there, damn. Crunch. Guess we got to get up to get down on this one. But yeah. This really is Super Meat Boy. Welcome to the story of Lady Meat. Lengths I'm going to for this film. Better bloody orb appreciate me. Orb! Virals, I'd do anything for an orb. There you go, there's your business card tagline. But anyway, like, I only bring up the budgeting conversation because there's quite a few gigantic modern franchises that worked on very sensible ideas first before they became bloated. Like, it's kind of wild to think that Assassin's Creed was one of the more affordable projects that Ubisoft put together. With some really cool ideas, you know. Their system of movement and parkour tech was really cool. So, is it me, or do the orbs purr? I'm not sure how I feel about that. You know, this is using some really clever movement tech, and I'd love to talk to whoever was in charge of that, because the two things that this is doing really impressively that are worth knowing about and worth discussing: the size and scale. Like, this game is fucking massive, and that the movement tech of it is fucking brilliant. Oh. I mean, I've got a pretty high games literacy, so I'd be interested to know how somebody who doesn't, you know, massively fuck with games like we do finds this. But it's really fucking good to play. And it's interesting because I don't think there's anything more on the shoulder of giants than how we move inside of games. Like, standardized control schemes, like working out what fits people best, that kind of shit. Like, I know I've mentioned this before, but I went back to Operation Raccoon City, which is a game I've talked about streaming for you all several times, and I hope to still. But the thing with that one is it uses the old SOCOM style controls, which if you never played those games back on the pre-dual analog stick system, you may not know how much they fucking sucked. I've seen that movie.
Hey, look. I found some weird holes.
I've definitely seen this movie. This one was made just for me.
Are they connected to something?
You done spelunking?
Maybe the whole structure is connected?
But yeah, Operation Raccoon City is a 360 era third-person shooter, but it does not use the Gears of War style control schemes or anything fun. Ooh. Nearly got blended. But there was a lot of titles back in the day where we were trying to come up with control schemes that let us do everything that the characters were supposed to do, rather than looking at a control scheme that users liked and making that fit. You know. Splinter Cell wasn't the only like hardcore stealth game, but it was definitely one of the better ones to play, that's for sure. I still wish they'd done the Bourne Identity style-y. There was going to be one game where Sam Fisher was kind of like, you know, disavowed, and you're kind of, you know, hiding in plain sight, which kind of got neutered, but it was the original concept was rad. All right, friends, miscreants, anime bastards. That was DLSS5. That was the CEO of NVIDIA who was saying it was brilliant and great. The funniest thing about that was Capcom made a statement saying they were really glad that happened because it showed them they made the right choice with their character art and design. Anyway, boss time! Welcome. Oh, alright. Okay, firstly, fuck off. No, I don't need a hit. I'm just learning where the hitboxes are. Bam. Well, bam. Alright, now this is where this game starts to fucking flex. So, bearing in mind that much like the Mystic Beasts from Zelda, this is a giant movable platform that is moving of its own, you know, AI systems in an environment. Alright? We don't have to... Okay. I was like, I swear to fuck, if we have to counter for wind resistance, I'm going to scream. Like, I know we have things like this more commonly in video games than we used to, but like... Fuck! Saved it. Just have to resist the urge to jump. And this is extremely Shadow of the Colossus. Fuck. I mean, virals, then maybe you should try Phobie harder. Gonna get me! Fuck off! And there we go. Dump that dumper. Oh, shush. As much as it obfuscates the aftermath, the dust cloud after the boss battle makes so much sense. It's kind of cool. Alright, this was a simple, easy, normal mission with no downside. We win. There's no way anything bad can happen to an anime protagonist. Oh, cool. It's a cool little... Oh. Cool little garden.
A tomb.
Bless you. Excuse you.
Any idea how many overwrites it might have?
Fuck. Okay, so our two answers is exactly how many overwrites, and the other one, can you hold me in your arms? Alright, I like that we can go from being a robo-drone to being a creepy simp. Those are our two settings. I think...
It's better not to stay for too long in a place like this, Orby.
Well, I'll tell you what, Virals, when we find a bunch of little baby dump trucks, we can raise them as our own. They'll never know that it was we who killed their ruler. I will say, so for those of you who are anime coded, I did want to ask, what are some of the bangers from this season? Because I'm slowly watching Jujutsu Kaisen, but I'm making sure that I watch it when I can like pay attention because, yeah, I know we're like 10 episodes into the new season, but just the very first episode was so gorgeous. Witch Hat Ortilia? Ortilia? Or Taylor? Or see, Ray, I've been a Dororo Hero Roro Dororo fan for a long time. Like, I finished reading the manga like a squillion years ago, and I think that the anime was really good. But you know how sometimes oh that's what the blink is for. I've got to clear the dust off. That's cool. You know how sometimes when someone is too much of a fan of something, you can't really trust their opinion on whether something's good or not? I'm that with Dororo Hero Dororo. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Chainsaw Man the movie. I just gotta like allocate like a special watch to it, you know? Okay. Well, it's just nice to know Sen's Fortress still lives. Less so. Ah, poo. You know, the only other thing I'm finding, I cannot remember the name of that megastructure game we played with the robot character with the grapples, with the 2 pickaxes. And I don't know if it's because, like, you know, I'm currently going through a massive cognitive decline. No! Or it just has an unremarkable name. Not just that. So you were a robot essentially climbing down a gigantic megastructure following a big moth. Probably too much gin. Or not enough. There we go. But it's also like, the checkpointing is unpunishing. Was it? No, it wasn't Idols of Ash. That was the recent one we did that was really good. Lorne's Law! Virals, you fucking ledge. Fuck. Jesus. The fact that you just, like, the checkpoints are lovely and, what's the term? Generous. But it's like, if you get hit with a sword blade, you just fucking die. That timing. Fuck. Definitely easier said than done. I was doing some more of Night in the Woods last night, and some of those mini games are brutal. So parry the sword, but then hit it again to send it back. Okay, gonna try that one next. Yeah, I haven't tried it, but I have a feeling that if I took a flying sword blade to the face, I also would not survive. I'm sure you don't need a death counter. I haven't died that much. But no, we won't be doing any additional days on this. Not because it's bad, but because, like, I think this is an experiential game. This is one that, if you like the look of this, you should play it yourself. Because you're not going to get the fucking feeling of leaping around that this gives you. With Lorne's Law, that game was fucking hard. And I know a lot of you, for a lot of you, playing through that whole thing would be exhausting. This is a lot more... This is a lot more fun, a lot more forgiving. Lorne's Law was brutal, but the world, the vibes, the everything kind of kept me going through it. Okay, so Aeon and Cindermox have been attacked by many sword blades, but never killed. You know what? Maybe we need like the survivor bias, but for people, the survivor bias shirt. So desperately try to open your non-existent mouth, or I don't need nutrition. Let's see what happens when a robot tries to open their mouth.
There's only 4 left.
Ooh, Felix is doing enchiladas for dinner. I don't know what I'm cooking for dinner. It is hard being the one who does the everything some days. Motoslice? No thanks, but I'll take another slice of drywall. I mean, it helps this game also has that Will's emotional support Dreamcast music as the soundtrack. Orby. I guess the only thing that we won't really know from today, ma'am. Thank you. Is whether or not, like, the character design and other elements are surface deep, or if there's more to it. You know, with it being so clearly inspired by Nier Automata t-shirt. Oh, okay. That was neither chill nor cool. Like, is this gonna go Yoko Taro and actually have some, you know, some cool shit to be saying? Or are we looking at something that's just, you know, fucking cool movement, fucking cool visuals? You know, not every game has to be like Voltage High Society, you know? Ooh. Nah, Kari. Robo Eldritch Tentacles. The good old parkour skip. 2 orbs here. Because again, like, not every game has to be a fucking artistic masterpiece on all levels. Like, it is entirely fine to have a fun game where you do fun, cool shit with a fun chainsaw, right? But, you know, for those of you who didn't play Nier, look, I understand it's one of those intimidating games because the people who love it really fucking love it. And on the subject of, like, games for whom the people who are the most ardent fans can be the worst people to talk to about them, Nier Automata is definitely up there. However, and Verdant, what and welcome. No. No. Back down here. Alright, here we go. Number says, how many times does one need to play? You mean Nier Automata? Well, so Nier's got some meta-narrative fuckery in it. It is a game that you only play through once, but it presents itself as having multiple endings. What's up, Tinnitus? What's going down? Hate that. Just as the beat kicks in. No, it's fine. It's fine, Mental Monk. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. This is fine. How are you? Hang on a sec. I'm sitting on my foot. It's not working. But yeah, as Viral says, Nier Automata is actually only just one playthrough, but it does this thing where it says like, oh, there are 26 endings. No, there's one ending. Everything else is set dressing. There are some comedy achievements you can get, so like, in one of the missions it tells you, alright, you need to go this way, and if you go, how about, fuck this, turn around and walk the opposite direction, you get a special ending, where it's like, and then, you know, 9S walked out to the desert and gave no shit, or something along those lines. You know, you can uninstall your own OS in-game, which causes your character to instantly die. That is an ending. But, like, I can't go any further into it without spoiling things, but like a lot of Yoko Taro's work, it's about cycles. You know, I would say that the original Nier is closer to, like, repeat playthroughs because the core of the game never changes, except till you get to the third run, and then you get all the stuff with, Kanye? It's not Kanye. Ah, okay. The foul-mouthed blast. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. But, yeah. Because with the original Nier, you play through it once, and then the second time you play through it, you gain an understanding of language that you didn't have. So you get to read things that you couldn't the first time round. Which is fun. On the third run through of Nier, you start getting new scenes, and by the fifth, I mean, that's when all hell breaks loose. And no, you don't need to play Nier Automata, but I will say that playing the original gives you a couple of moments where you go, holy shit, what? Which is kind of cool. Anyway. Okay. So yeah. And again, like, that's where, like, I do really appreciate Yoko Taro's work, because he says that his games are dumb and stupid and they don't mean anything, but they clearly do. He does not go around saying, you know, he's going to create the next great genre of video games and they're going to be brilliant and perfect. But I think that's because, like, he got his start working on shit like Drakengard, which Drakengard is way better than it needs to be. But it is not a life-changingly brilliant project. But it did set him up to learn how to tell good stories with small budgets. Yeah. Well, I mean, Viral's Nier, like, in its original form, like, with Nier, you play through it once, and then the thing happens, and then you're in the same open world, but everything's worser and sadder. I know you know this, it's just like, and then with the later playthroughs, you get that plus context. There we go. Ooh. There we go. I learned how to do the parry. And I know I've talked this with all of you multiple times. I would love to do a playthrough of Nier Replicant, the remake of the original Nier that's on Steam. I have a copy. There is only one problem. You know, we talk about the weirdness. Yeah, Dustin, it slices a pea. And you know where pea's stored? In the heart. Sicko. Sorry, in a knob end. The pea organ, exactly. The source of Pinocchio's power, the pea organ. No, so in Nier, with the original Nier, there were 2 versions released. One for Japan. Okay, no, wasn't one for Japan. So, one... Although the... Okay. The 360 and PS3 versions of Nier are different. One was intended for American audiences. And that's the Xbox version. The Xbox version, you play as the father of a very sickly child. In the PlayStation version, you play as the brother of a very sickly child. Yeah, Dad flavor and Nier Classic. I personally think that Papa Nier works better, and that the brother Nier gets a little weird. And as Chornus was saying, like, 2B's dress code and stuff like that kind of plays with those tropes a little. And I don't think that Yoko Taro intended those tropes. You know, we are all the products of our cultural upbringing. And, you know, sometimes we don't realize the coded stuff we use in our art until... until we put it all together and we reevaluate. That's fine. That's just art, baby. So, I've not done the Brother Nier playthrough, and I haven't noticed it get weird. But then again, in the same breath, I've not studied it like I studied the first one now, the original. Could be Chornerus. I mean, it has a different voice cast. Well, it has a different voice actor. And sometimes, like, creative choices like that can really affect things. I mean, I was talking with... Little Fire about good old Final Fantasy 15, which is one of my favorites, and she reminded me of, like, the whole thing with Cindy being weird, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot about that. But then when we did our playthrough of 15 for here, we just used the mod where Cindy actually wears sensible people clothing. But anyway, I don't know if there's any weirdness in... And I don't want to risk it for a biscuit, because as the host of this whole operation, you know, it's not like you lot are going to hold it against me, but in the same breath, like, I don't want people having a bad time. But yeah. There's also... Meta-narrative is one of those things that grows and evolves, and sometimes meta-narrative is at its best when we don't know it's happening, right? So with the original Nier, you have to play through it multiple times. And it does not tell you, like, hey, you are guaranteed in this version, in this new game plus, that if you play through this, there are going to be cool and awesome things that are worth your time. Right? wire. Oh well. Maybe it's just set decoration. I think I'm in puzzle sicko mode still. But with the original Nier, if you played through it, and you did do the New Game Plus, each time you thought you were just playing the same game again on like maybe a more difficult setting. But in actuality, you got to see some fucking cool shit. And Genre is like, that's understandable. His works aren't all brilliant. Drakengard 3 is dog shit. Double kill! Get them orbs. Well, yeah. And so Genre is like, as a consumer of video game essays, predominantly to fall asleep to, like, there is... Okay, ma'am. You need to work with me here. You know, his works have a very clear intent, and that intent shines through. It doesn't always work. But having encountered so many games, having encountered so many games where they were just put out to fill a niche in a market, to make some cash on a specific genre or what have you, like seeing somebody who was given fuck all budget and went, yeah, you know what? Let's see what happens. Huh. Some grinders these are. Don't even grind a barrel. How about the traffic cone? Invincible! 0 out of 10. Yeah. You know what, genres? I definitely filed that one under... You know, it's not for me to decide whether or not Kanye, or however it's said, whether or not she is a good or terrible example as a character. That's one of those things that, like, we've come a long way since the 2010s, and I'm very happy that we have, you know. Fuck. Oh. Game very clearly telling me how to do a smooth landing. Yeah, I mean, John's like, it's not that we need to get into it per se, it's just, you know. Alright. Sorry, so, this will shock you, I'm a weeb. I know, and I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but, I used to watch and rewatch, especially, End of Evangelion. Like, a lot. Oh, shit, the bed. Including the cast commentary. And one of the things about it is that because of the high quality of production for End of Evangelion, there are quite a few bits where like a character explodes, and for a single frame they are absolute viscera, like pieces of them everywhere. And this is very much that, like for a brief second before it hits reset, you can see her bones. It's bad. Anyway, it's nice to be back in control. Yeah, again, Verdant. Sorry, I had to find out this one. is a lie!
Cement.
Yeah, you turn that on though.
Started another overwrite. Damn machines. I'm getting tired of that, Norby.
As long as you don't get tired of killing machines, it's all good.
I should look for a different structure sub-foundation after this job.
Oh, excuse me a sec. Okay. Double shot. What's I gonna add? Oh yeah, just the like Nier's not perfect, and there are parts of it that are definitely worthy of improvement, certainly worthy of discussion. But all in all, oh fuck's sake! All in all, it is a game that is trying to tell a story and does so real well. That story is about that story is about a lot of things. Sorry, I was trying to think of a non-spoilery way to talk about, you know, what is it that the original Nier is about? And I'm like, well, it's about... Oh, wait, can't say that. Well, it's about... Oh, can't say that either. So, Jonas, we didn't talk about it, only that it's happening. I don't know if we got any new info about it. Orby. Yeah, it's about 5 playthroughs of the same game is what it's about. Oh, we Orbin. What it is about learning to hate the shaman fish with your whole fucking chest. Look. We may only get a couple of chances in our lifetime to make a video game. Especially a video game that we want to make. And the thing that I wish to highlight, you know, beyond so many other things, is that when Yoko Taro had the chance, he made something special. You know, we're not even really talking about why Nier is so good and why it deserves discussion, because beyond the story, it is a game that treats genres as poetic inflection. In Nier, every dungeon is a different game genre. And I know I've described it as a text adventure. Technically, the dream is a visual novel. Going for that big bastard up there. Well, one of the things I do love, Akari, the reason they're not given real names, the reason they're called 9S and 2B is because, I say your time, I might be getting my fictional organizations mixed up. Is because they're not allowed to have like human traits. Yoha, glory to mankind. I noticed none of you said glory to mankind, which is fine. I just I will be reporting you to our supervisors. All right. So this was actually just the turn. Okay. That's cool. Oh, come the fuck on. All right, and we're back. Come as gods. Near Automata's whole theming is like, you know, what is it to be human? The Yohai units are dressed and designed, you know, like fetish sex bots. But they are also instructed to be without humanity. They are instructed to be emotionless. In fact, any like signs of emotion or caring are seen as a defect, and they are, you know, wiped and restored from a previous backup. It's kind of fucked up when you stop and think about it. Whereas the rusty mechanical robots, the ones that look like wind-up toys that you've been sent into the wastelands to destroy, because if we can kill all the robots, then humanity can return. Those are the robots seeking to be human, trying to understand what it is, you know, to become as gods. Now, their logic is massively flawed in many, many ways. But still, theirs is a search for humanity. Yours is a rejection of it in service of humanity, right? So there's really something to be said about a femme-presenting character who's dressed like a fetish model, who is not allowed to have emotions, who's not allowed to be a person, right? And hey, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but, you know. It's real fucking good. But I also understand that Nier Automata's not for everyone. What the fuck? Oh, cutscene. I was like, man, do not run off the fucking wall. This cannot continue. Hey, you're right. Sometimes the curtains are just a sexy robot. But, you know, if you accidentally tell a great story while just trying to indulge your sexy robot fetish, good on you. You know, maybe someone could have a conversation with Mr. Hideo Kojimicals about, oh, I don't know, actually writing good one in. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Oh, you're fine. Sticks. Oh, we are 2 robots deep. Okay. Yes, on the other side, we have Detroit Become Human. And that's the thing, Avenger, is like, I can't sit here and say that, hey, Nier Automata is a great game that does really interesting things talking about, like, you know, sex, sexuality, and humanity. Like, I can't say that and then deny all the kids for whomst, you know, Detroit Become Human was the first time they had a critical thought about, you know, like, equality. It's that annoying thing is to, you know, to give credit to Yokotaro, I have to begrudgingly give some credit to David the Cage match. David Cage the Elephant match. No, I can do better than that. Jokes-wise, I mean. Yeah, sometimes the door represents deep emotions of the artist, and sometimes the door is just blue. Now, we start to creep into Death of the Author the way it was intended, which is that, you know, if a musician writes a song and that song is just a because they got drunk or were trying to make a tit of themselves in front of a live streaming audience. And that ends up being something that has huge emotional significance to individuals. It's not for you to tell those people, no, you're wrong. Alright, so we're here. Oh. Okay. Giving it my, The reason why I dislike Detroit Become Human is it really does feel like, you know, white man solves racism. But, again. Yeah, Death of the Author doesn't mean they can't be held accountable for their actions. Thank you. Anyway, I'm getting myself wildly off topic here. But... okay. Speaking of wildly off topic... oh, I think we have to go further down with the crack. It's one of those things that's always a hard conversation to have, because especially when it comes to internet conversations, you know, one must be a hero or a villain. And look, usually when someone says, is there any room for nuance? What they mean is, I like a thing, and fuck! What they usually mean is, I like a thing, and I want you to stop being mad at me for liking a thing, even though it's very hateful. You know what I mean? Nope. Which is annoying. But it's like, I am a fan of the games that Hideo Kojima has worked on, right? It's not all him, you know. Where would he be without, you know, Yoshiano? Is it Ano? No, Ano is Final Fantasy. Shit. Names are all scrambled in my noggin. You know who I mean. That gorgeous, like, ink style concept art. And being a fan of games that Kojima has worked on, like, sometimes they're great, and sometimes they're great and shit at the same time. I cannot wait for everybody to have a fucking cognitive dissonance on Metal Gear Solid 4 when that gets a Steam release. Is it? Is it Mono? The Metal Gear concept artist. And obviously he's done loads of stuff. Does that feel like I'm going away from the way I'm supposed to? Thank you. Phyllis is right. It's Yoji Shinkawa. Thank you. Yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, what I really respect about him is he's not just mechanical designs as well. Like, Dude's got skills for Jews. Alright, fuck it, we're going this way. Like, I often think about how, like, Metal Gear Solid 2 has some really cool visual language to it that sets it as more than just Shadow Moses 2. And starting with that gorgeous concept art that Shinkawa is famous for, and then translating that into something that's somewhere between his vision and the real world, and where they mesh. You know, that bit when Raiden's coming up the lift with like the skeletal suit and the gas mask on, you're like, that's not Snake. Is that Psycho Mantis? That's not Psycho Mantis, he died. What now? Really?
You're lucky that I don't fully understand your beeps and bops.
Why are you mad at me? I don't fully understand you too. Okay, so we've got a big old cement factory we've got to head to. Liquid's arm. Yeah. I don't know if you'll notice, but like the moment-to-moment combat in this is, you know, it's very lethal, but it's surprisingly, I don't want to say simple. Simple feels like it's doing it a disservice, but it feels surprisingly. Ooh. Alright, Cube, what are you up to? Guess we're yeeting blocks. The concrete that floats. And caffeine water and welcome. Or Zine, if it's not a Columbo episode, then it's like a Murder She Wrote, but it's Moriarty style. Like, it's Jessica Fletcher. She did one last murder somehow from beyond the grave, and this episode is called Death of the Author because she's dead, but she also killed somebody. Bum bum bum. They'd never let me do it, but my Jessica Fletcher Hannibal style show would be amazing. Just as long as we're all in agreement. Oh, you fucking cubic bastard. No, he said something much worse. Now, I do think that the only person who could catch Jessica Fletcher would be Columbo, though. Not Benoit Blanc. Not Barrow. He gets it. I think he can do it. I do forget how we got onto talking about Shinkawa and his designs. That's what I'm saying, Fearless. She did one last murder from beyond the grave. Oh, sorry, I'm still getting used to that. You can't change angle. When you jump, you are committing. God, fucking damn it. Okay. I guess so. Because it's the thing of, like, you look at Yoko Taro's, like, full catalogue, and it's not all bangers. You know, we're same with, you know, with Mr. Hideo. The one that I thought was really funny is getting to do a game with a sun sensor in it. Because a Japanese company overbought these little, like, light sensors so they could cram into the Game Boy Advance cartridges for fucking cheap. Thank you. Stop screaming here. You know, and I'm sorry that a lot of you had to learn about it yesterday, but we did talk about Left Alive, the ill-fated Front Mission spin-off game that had Shinkawa's art. I don't know if it was concept, but definitely promotional. And Left Alive is one of the worst fucking games imaginable. Like, at some point, I'll show you all, because I do remember streaming Left Alive at launch and thinking, it's probably not that bad, right? Like, it's just other people don't know Front Mission. They don't care like I care. You know, they can't handle a survival game in a trip. No, it's dog shit. It's utterly fucking irredeemable dog shit. As I said, yeah, fuck you! Please don't put me back at the start. Oh, thank the gods. As I said yesterday, the only game worse than it is probably Third Birthday, the Parasite Eve Highlander 2 level game. Huh. Please don't tell me all of this was for an orb. Oh no, we've got some scratches over there. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, and I haven't been able to earth up too much Fearless. Again, like, you know, there's a loyalty in a lot of Japanese companies. So people don't tend to be too many tell-all stories, you know, after the fact. Well, who knows? Ozine, no. Ozine, no, don't do it. And in my defense, Scotty, the Highlander 2 drawer is very important. Bam! The Highlander 2 drawer is very important. Again, if you're unfamiliar, so the Highlander 2 drawer is a term I learned from Fred, our very own, our very own marketeer Fred. And it refers to sequels that are so bad. Sequels that are so bad that they detract from the original. So you have to put them in a special drawer and pretend like they never happened. Whew. That was spicy. Okay. Now here's the question. Is that where I came from? I don't think so. Ma'am. There we go. Huh. I wonder. No, you can't cancel out of that. So there's something else at once was here. I almost had it there. Don't worry about it. I don't think I was supposed to be there. Oh, fuck that noise. Huh. I don't think I'm supposed to be here either. Whee! Okay, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, Left Alive's fucking terrible. I'd love to know why Left Alive was so bad. Maybe someone I could blame. Maybe so I could know what happened. I don't know. Like, it does unfortunately come back to the Square Enix have one child that they love about among all others. That child is Final Fantasy, which is understandable. But those of us who desperately, desperately love Front Mission are old, sad, and tired, and we deserve a treat. We deserve a little treat. We've been so good. We unfortunately did not get a treat. We got some thoroughly mediocre remakes. One of which had to strip out all of the AI-generated slop from it. Huh. Is the cement solidified? Metal Gear! Tentacle Chopper is a great name for a Metal Gear. Oh, we gotta like ricochet that shit back. Fucking what? Does P need a hint? No! A fucking gun is what I need. Oh. Anyway. Once again, friends, if you take anything from my incoherent ramblings, let it be this. Make your games as weird as you fucking can. You want to fucking kill me? Ma'am, I need you to... and fight me, you wee bastard! Worst jungle gym ever. Get the fuck! Alright, I've got to get ahead of it. Because it's not using its bastard cannons anymore, so... Alright. What do you mean you can't just land on freshly set concrete and be fine? I will. Fine. I'll wait for you to come round. I got time. My friends are all here. All my friends are here. Where are your friends? None, because you're a fucking dickhead helicopter. Yeah, come on, you bastard. And your nan! Both. Get the fuck. That's my friend, Tentacle Chopper. See, and it's... Again, it's real smart, like, just taking the character models, covering them in dust. Jobs are good. Also, on the subject of things that are like things, this is basically like PG-13 Blame. Ah, no, my bones. Alrighty, friends. Bear with me all just a second. I leave you in the shadow of gigantic downed helicopter. We'll be back in just a moment. Hello, hello. Thank you all for waiting. Sorry it took so long. Right. Let's get back up there. So we are what? 2 big bosses down. Crunch. Oh. I think we just got eaten by a building. Yeah, welcome to Shay's Longship. I am actually scheming my next big fancy meal I want to cook. A little too low. Come on. Oh, come on. And Nexus, what time? Welcome. No, you're good. This one's very experiential, and we won't be playing through the whole thing. So do not worry. So far, there's been nothing about this that's like, oh my god, story beats. It's an excellent game. You know, the whole megastructure parkour vibes are fucking immaculate. And how are you? Excuse you. It has been an interesting day. We have talked about Pokemon becoming wine trading. We haven't really talked about what's going on with new Star Fox. But we got into the rest of the video game news today. Pretty hardcore. Okay, so Nexus, it's a blend of Nier Automata and I don't know, pick your favorite mega structure climbing game. It's a lot more forgiving than things like Lawn's Lure and the Ilk. The checkpointing and combat is really forgiving. And I think the speedrunners are going to have fun with this one.
Two Elden machines in a single array? I have a feeling, Warby, this is the one. This is definitely an alpha structure. I can feel it.
Excuse me. Don't get your hopes too high.
There's something off about this place. Does this mean we're gonna find an elder on each layer of the structure? This is not good. But weren't these things sealed away in the Age of Isolation?
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Ugh. Don't worry about it. Well, that was what was supposed to happen. The movement system is very good. It's not perfect, but it's very good. Is cutting this whole thing in half a good idea? Probably. It's the worst that could happen, eh? The other thing about this game is I wasn't sure how it was going to do, but it's already done gangbusters. Visual style, great. It's... what did I call it? Like a more PG-13 blame. Yeah. That's yellow mech meat right there. It seems like a boss room, but it's just another empty structure. Oh my god. A cement mixer. Hadouken! Yeah, showed him who's boss. Not gonna ambush me. Yeah, I think it's safe to say if you enjoyed Nier Automata, you're gonna have a good time with this. I see you hiding climbing puzzles in plain sight. Think I'm a dingus? You think I'm not gonna notice? Well, I can save that for all y'all for later. I will say, while I do try and focus on games that haven't had as much love as others, oh my word, there was no way I wasn't going to be playing a parkour megastructure, you know, construction machines the size of mechs game. Like, we could pretend I wasn't going to play this, and it would have been a funny joke. Or masses of self-delusion, you decide. Gear. Zwing. Hello, Snake, it's your old pal, McDonald Miller. Liquid? And DJ Coil, good afternoon to you. How goes it? The one thing I will say, just to those of you who only got in this afternoon, is that the movement in this game is feckin' brilliant. So I could putz around there and go get Orby, but I got shit to do. Oh, and Vernon, let's not forget Rose with Jack, do you know what day today is? Ma'am, I'm trying to stop the world from being destroyed. I do not have time to talk about how you dislike my lack of IKEA furniture. Oh, this is a trap. Parkour! Oof. Well, DJ Coil, glad you got it sorted. Glad you got the resources to get it sorted. You know? Oh, okay. That's cool. Heck?
Oh, that was a roller? Frightening. I was wondering when they'd appear.
And Simple Chaos, thank you for garnishing the pint glass. Heckin' cool of you. Sorry, I started nattering about cooking stuff, and I don't know how I'm going to top the slow-cooked lamb, but the next thing I want to do is skewers. Because now we have the griddle, I got a couple of really interesting sauces I want to try making. So yeah, next time payday rolls around. Hey, remember what you were saying about gigantic mech flesh? This place seems to be nothing but mech flesh. Should I worry? Are we inside the mech's colon? Fucking tumbleweed, I knew it! It's been a long time since we've seen you, tumbleweed. We'll get fucked! Get back to Elden Ring. Falls. I sure hope we don't. Fuck. I only had to do 5 this morning, and I was thinking, like, yeah, it's gonna be so easy. The tumbleweeds are back mocking me again. You know what? I love the sympathy that I get for all of these moments. You know. Oh. Right. So, to Little Fire, this is 5 squats for you, whoever you might be out there. 1, 2, they are 3, 4. What are you talking about?
Start over at 0. I need them to be slow-mo, proper form. Redo it.
Slow-mo proper form.
Yep.
I think someone's taking advantage of me here. Don't you join in, legend!
Woo! Let's go! 5 slow-mo.
5 slow-mo. Alright. 1.
Okay.
Is that suitable?
Fine, I guess you go a little lower. That's
2. 3.
Woo!
I'm being objectified.
Oh yeah, about time better fuck the next.
And 5.
Yeah, let's go.
There you go.
I've seen better on the internet.
Let's get a search history real quick.
No.
Alright. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, there we go. Okay, cheers all. Oh, got a little matcha tea lemonades from downstairs. They're really nice. What is your? Only a couple bucks. Yeah. Oh, window 8, nice. I was looking at it. Okay. What the fuck? 5, 10, 15, 20. Burton, what the fuck?
Let's go, Burton! 5 fucking new beers for you.
Hated Burton off.
Hell yeah.
That hurt to look at. Okay, firstly, legend, I have a name. Secondly, yes. Okay. Such a joke. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 19, and here we go, 20. There we go. If you didn't see, Avenger said if we wait till Will sits back down, we get an extra free squat. Okay, just because it makes that noise when I sit does not count. It's alright. Okay. So to those of you who've joined us this afternoon, what ho and welcome. This is Motoslice, and it's just good. It's Blame meets Nia with parkour and chainsaw. No, none of this has been explained to us. All we know is that the company that makes the kit that we use is having problems. We have been sent into this area to deal with whatever the fuck is going on. And these look like beats here. These are just little break spots. They talk a lot about, you know, the character and the all, but we know nothing of the world and the why, which is real cool. Eve the robot is freakily malfunctioning sometimes.
What are you doing?
And like, our character here seems to be a person, you know, a person made of meat. We haven't encountered anything supernatural or superhuman yet, but is anyone here not familiar with Blame? I realise I keep bringing stuff up and then not asking if you all know it. I know you know it. Just wrote nerd. You can see on the board there, that little drawing, it's just me. Just me, and it says nerd. Oh, and little Cleo. Oh! Damn. You get killed real fast in this. You have to parry it and then cut the whole thing in half. True to life portrait, that is. Thanks, Kakazi. Oh, okay. That parry window is not as forgiving as I thought it was. You just carved the whole fucking thing. Ma'am? Okay, okay. These little tiny child scoopers. We can't leave until we've done crime. The crime is murder. Ooh, that is a big gap. Oh, what the fuck? Bastards. Oh. Okay, we're not having as much luck with the parries now. One. Dead before I knew it. Okay. Once more with feeling. But yeah, I don't know if we'll get any satisfying answers to lore or story questions. That's what I was going for. Like, so far, it seems as if, like, these huge megastructures are being constructed and reconstructed out of sand. Oh, fuck you! The lore is chainsaw go brrr. Use my chainsaw no jitsu. Oh, it's kind of cool. The flyboys are toast. And this guy with his fucking bullshit trap. There we go. Just cut the fucking wheels off it. I guess the other thing to say about this is there are loads and loads of tiny little, especially animation details, that really shine. Poor Floydo. Poor Floydo's going to be talking about this one for days. But, you know, no one forced the animator life onto him, right? So there's things like, as it's set up in the opening, we're not... Our POV is another little orb that's following her around. Now, I turned off wobble follow, which makes it feel more like you're a real orb, but I guess it gave me too many Kana Lynch 2 flashbacks to keep playing. Motors remaining. Fucking weird. You cursed Floydo with the art of animation. One of the most difficult and time-consuming spheres of art one could become obsessed with. Oh, just this little bastard here. Alright, couldn't see him through the sand. But yeah. Like, hang on, I'll give you a little preview of it. I'm not going to do it for too long. Camera mode, here we go. We'll go for floaty. So this is the standard camera style. So you are actually like a little camera orb moving about. See the little snippets? You can zoom in for selfies. I don't know why you need to do that, but okay. But also, if you turn on the flashlight while you're looking at the character, fuck off, mate. Which I think is a really lovely little touch, and there's loads of ones like that. I just, yeah. I was having way too many Kane and Lynch flashbacks for that camera style. Actually, what does cinematic do? Is it good old... Are we just Dutch angling it? Okay, whatever. Not floaty. Look, I know it's stupid to keep talking about the quote-unquote lore of something like this, but what makes megastructure games work so well is just that. You're not just playing some game, right? You are being confronted with an impossible structure. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay. If you haven't encountered Blame, Blame is a weird little manga. Most people know it's the further works by the same author. Knights of Sidonia is probably better known than or Alright. Fuck you, I'm not doing timed orb grabs. But yeah, most people know Knights of Sidonia better than Blame. Blame was pretty short-lived, but it was basically this idea that automated machines have been building and rebuilding the same city for millennia now. Everyone has lost count of how long this has been going on for and who even started it. The last remaining quote-unquote humans live in fear because the system has deemed them non-human and thus something that must be removed because they've been around for so long that the machine no longer recognizes them as the machine no longer recognizes their DNA as human because it's just been that long. We follow an android with a magical gun, and I think the talking motorcycle is in the follow-up, which is Biomega, which is pretty good. But again, it's just this idea of the machine is constantly building and rebuilding itself. The people for whom this city is being created are long dead. You know, ultimately, whether civilization fell before or after the machines, we'll never know. And it's very much the story of those who are left desperately trying to survive. Which is a pretty cool story. The visual style of it has ended up inspiring a lot of similar works. And it is interesting because, like, if you haven't read Knights of Sidonia, I can't say it's an absolute must-read. It does get weird. Not like gross weird, but, you know, living robo-mech lass weird. But in Knights of Sidonia, the size of the colony ship that they're on is essentially, like, impossibly massive. And it does actually take that into consideration. as opposed to feeling like, you know, hand wavium, as it can do with a lot of like big ships, you know. Colony ships are one of those things that in sci-fi they're very hard to show the author just the size and scale of them. In space, everything is small.
What's that? Oh, hello there, little guy. Are you lost?
Orb? Meet Orb.
Hey, wait.
What a dick. Nah.
Useless drones. Too bad. Not my job to hunt orbs. The extra prisms are really good.
Huh.
Maybe I should go after that clanker and teach him a lesson.
Man, I don't think you can say Clanker. I think you're allowed to say that. Gideon was just pointing out, as a separate and also weird, Sidonia and the Temple of Time books will come up when you search for Knights of Sidonia. Huh, I didn't know that. I do like the mechanical designs in Sidonia, but not enough to shell out the, like, gut-emptying prices of some of those kits. But, I don't know. It doesn't quite go hard sci-fi. It doesn't quite go, you know, hand-wavium, you know, science as magic. But Knights of Sidonia is cool. Yeah. I'm with Fearless on that one. Man, that's a workplace microaggression. Robots can call robots Clanker. And only a ginger can call another ginger. Okay, yeah, so one of the things I love from Knights of Sidonia is how this is a generational colony ship. Right? And so there are like cultural artifacts that they have. One of them being everybody wears like a carabiner tether on their belt. Why do they do that? Well, because in the early days, whenever the ship had to make anything other than a very gentle course correction, it would cause like a sharp G-turn, right? So it meant everybody on board had to be ready at a moment's notice to tether themselves down. And when the events of the story as we find it start taking place, you know, it's one of the first times they ever have to do a ship turn. And it's devastating. You know, it's as if... Well, I know this is rather obvious, but it's like, you know, if suddenly there was a... Is that a fucking Metal Gear? It's just like one of my Japanese animes. Ah, Paul. I think Dave's seen us. I swear to fuck you, tumbleweeds rat me out. But yeah, so it's like, imagine if with only like 30 seconds warning, there was suddenly like, you know, 8 Gs of force applied to your world going directly right. Like, it would fuck your house, it would fuck your business, it would fuck your life. And the first time they do one of those like high-speed turns in Knights of Sidonia, it's like a catastrophe. Oh, shit the bed. Okay. Yeah. I just feel as we're saying it's similar to Frostpunk's like The City Must Survive. You know, Sidonia is a colony ship. I believe it's supposed to be one of the last ones that made it off of Earth. Because they got attacked by some kind of alien-y thing. There's also the thing whereby Ma'am, what are we doing? There's also the, there's cool little, like, hard sci-fi tricks about, like, you know, the mechs in it don't have FTL travel. So what they do is they form little, like, They form little squads and team up and use their combined thrusters to do, like, a little, like, quick jump, essentially, in sublight. I think that's really cool. Damn. What is going on here? Okay. Okay. We've got to fight the Metal Gear. Yeah, the mechs join up, they hold hands and form like a little, like, piercing ring. It's real cool. Fucking hell. This is hard. Little spike in difficulty right here. Spike speaker difficulty. Dustin, I believe I said that this run would be oops all pizza sauce. Oh, now I can't wall run? Fucking bullshit. Okay. I glitched it somehow, and that's how I managed to make it past the first time. I think I can wall run a little bit here. Whether I'm supposed to or not is another matter. Why would you jump sideways? Fuck you. Your little pinky caught in the machine. It's all wah, wah, wah. Let's see if we can do the same trick over on this side with the wall. Should set me up for success. I guess not. But yeah. Again, like I said, Knights of Sidonia and Blame are very inspirational works, but not necessarily great and brilliant that you have to watch. Okay, I guess we can only do it on one side. Alright. Okay. I mean, Virals, it's gotta be, right? Okay. Or it was a bug that I was able to skim down it, but it doesn't wanna... Okay, just for fuck's sake. Fuck the slide. Just want to talk about Blame and giant robots. Because I will say, in quite a few circles I am known as the Gundam guy or the mech guy, which is really cool. You know, it's a lovely designation to have. But it means that I get shown a lot of mech games that aren't necessarily great. You know, it's not that giant robot games owe me anything. But there's always an interesting difference between a game that uses giant robots that's an homage to what came before, and one that's trying to do something different and interesting. And when it's neither, I just... I don't know. Kind of... I don't want to say I struggle to care. That makes me sound like too much of a dick, but... Oi, you orbed bastard. Oh, you're there? Nah. Good luck, mate. Sucks to suck. It's also kind of interesting because while the concept of like liminal spaces is not a new one by any means, you know, liminal space horror is still pretty new. I still think it's fucking wild that we're getting a Backrooms movie. And that if it continues along the A24 route, it's going to be good. But things like Blame, and we played a game called Echo, which had that similar kind of like machines replicating replications. But with Blame, it's all like, it's like heavy concrete industrial buildings. In Echo, it was like overtly decadent, you know, pre-French Revolution. But Virals, you're my orb guy, okay? If you want to go pick up those orbs, I'm not going to stop you, alright? You can have them. Take them all. Go orb nuts. The blue orbs, all you have to do is collect them and get them to a checkpoint, but the light orange orbs, like that kind of yellow, those ones you have to do like a fucking timed puzzle to get them. And I'm good. Oh, fuck sticks. Oh! She landed on her back on the edge of one of those cargo containers. Oh, fucking hell, this game. That was brutal. It was just a couple of seconds of that animation, but fucking hell. So they got like really brutal physics stuff. But yeah, so sorry, what I was trying to say was just that stuff like Blame and the Ilk have kind of been fucking with liminal space works for a good while. Sorry, Orb. Death reminds me of intrusive thoughts. In a good way, or... Fuck. But the other thing I really appreciate about it is that, like, the checkpointing system is super generous in this. Like, I can't wait to see someone, like, go hard in terms of... like, speedrunning type stuff. Because it's going to be rad as shit. Oh, you're not going to get me with another trap, mate. The destruction tech on this is really cool. Like, they do actually get cut up the angle of which you slice them. Which, hey, I know that's not... See you up there, Big Dave. I know that's not a huge deal these days, but, you know, as a wee Barbie, it was always so cool to me that in Jedi Knight, you know, stormtroopers... No, this way? Stormtroopers would always be cut in the ways that you sliced them. You know what, Verdant? That's a good point. As I was saying to Little Fire the other night, it always makes me laugh that in the UK, the de facto chav greeting became mate. even though the term mate, as we use it in vernacular, is predominantly taken from shipmate, which is the person you would fuck while you were on a long voyage, because they're not your wife or your husband or your partner. No, they're just there for you on the boat. They're your shipmate. All right, we'll save one orb. You can have one orb as a treat. If I had one critique of this game's animation style, it's that the way in which you tuck into a roll is not how you do it in parkour. Because she goes into like a power bomb and then rolls. If you did that, you would not roll. You would land on the curvature of your spine, and it would make a crunching noise, the likes of which no one should ever have to hear. Yeah, as long as no one's getting orb envy, then we're fine. Not the full orb string. Fuck off. A handful of orbs. A few orbs more. Oh yeah, no, okay, and Virals, I'm picking up what you're putting down on that regard. Yeah, no. I'm not doing time trials with these orbs. But yeah, well, I don't know if you were in earlier Virals where I was talking about how one of my favorite unnecessary details in like an animation is in End of Evangelion when poor Misato gets blown the fuck up. There is a single frame of all of her spoilers. It's, well, is it spoilers? That is a matter of perspective. Yeah. It's nasty. And it's like, that amount of detail did not have to go hard. But, you know, what's his name? Is it Amino? The director was going through some shit, and he made it all of our problem, so... You know? End of Evangelion might be the best case study for, hey, you know, maybe don't send that death threat. Maybe don't do that. You might end up in a fucking full feature-length movie. You and your death threat. You know what? Sometimes the parkouring doesn't go the way you expect, and you just roll with it. Okay. Just Felix was saying, Jeff Thu described Evangelion of what if depression but giant robots. I mean, it's ironic that at the time it was one of the best examples of like someone actually going through some shit. But that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Look, we've talked about this loads. You don't have to hear Will's rantings on it. I am a person who subscribes to the theory that... that all three of the Evangelion versions are all part of the same timeline. Which which I know sounds a little loopy, but I don't know. Well, it's the only way a lot of it even makes sense, right? So basically, you watch the original TV show, and then you hit congratulations, and then congratulations leads into Death and Rebirth. Death and Rebirth was kind of like the Gundam movies of yore, in that it's a cinematic recap of everything that happened in the original show. But yeah. Yeah. Virals, I don't know if we've talked about this on stream because my brain doesn't know it work anymore, but yeah. The first show is ending A. And then Shinji goes for ending B in what Shinji thinks he wants. So he goes for ending B, and it turns out ending B is considerably darker and just worser for everyone. So then he has bad ending, ending B, and then so one more time, and that leads to ending C, which is... No, my bones! You don't want to be orange juice? You know what? I'm good. But like, ending B makes a twisted kind of sense. What are my thoughts on the big O? The anime, or do we? The anime, or do I have to call? Do I have to call security?
I'm security. Don't call me. You do not want me to handle the situation. I will fuck you. Don't.
Brendan's like, no, no.
Say what I would do on this Twitch myself.
The anime, I'm not getting banned. It's... Wait, did I just loop myself back around? Oh my god, I'm losing my marbles. I do wonder whether I would be such a big fan of the Big O, lol, if it wasn't for that kind of like early block with the good Steve Blums, you know what I mean? I love the mechanical detail, and I miss shows that have that level of in-depth stuff. But then again, I'm a giant robot sicko. Oh, you are fucking me sideways. Crunchy. Moose no. Exclamation moose no. But yeah, like, jumping back, Death and Rebirth is kind of fascinating because it's that whole thing of, I don't want to say be careful what you wish for. Oh, fuck you. Don't worry, you just land on your tailbone. Like, Shinji really does think that he's cracked the code. This is getting crunchy. but it's also impossible to separate End of Evangelion from its creator at that point, because he literally turns the camera on the audience. Fuck. Dustin, with your permission, can I have that as the stream title? Princess of Persia, the Belt Sanders of Time. That's too good. It's too good. Okay. Because I'm not going to steal all of yours good writing without asking. Man, the difficulty went from 0 to 1,000. It weirdly reminds me of that thing that fighting games do, where they change the difficulty midway through your third match in arcade mode. That's dead. Okay, that 1-2 parry is so fun. The parry window, however, not subtle. Oh, this is bad. Perry Windows is actually going to be the title of my first detective novel. Is a real pain in the glass. It's Perry Windows. Alright. Nothing quite like being ignored by a ranged enemy that lets you do this. Hadouken. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Little Fire and I watched the Vampire Hunter D breakdown by the Vampire Hunter D breakdown by Dungeon Chill last night. It was really good. You know, there were quite a few things about Vampire Hunter D, the series, that I didn't know, which I learned a lot. But the thing that played after was a long retrospective on Hotel Dusk, which I hadn't thought about in a million years. And I'm like, you know what? Am I loud? That's okay. No, this game's a lot louder than I thought it was, so I can tweak it. It's all good. You don't need me yelling about chainsaw, except for occasionally. Okay. But friends, do let me know if the game is too quiet or if I'm too loud or what have you. Anyway, so the Hotel Dusk one was so cool because, like, this Japanese take on a very stereotypical, like, Murica detective was handled so well. But then also the idea of looking at the DS actually like a book that you open and treating it thusly for a game that didn't suck. Like, let's go. You know, when I worked games retail, it would... Ah, fuck. Oh, this is bad. When I worked games retail, it was during the tail end of the DS. I don't know if the 3DS had dropped just yet. Worth a shot. Oh, check it out. It's a beginner's guide. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for us all. I mean, shit, no one does, but with things like Hotel Dusk and stuff, I do find them very inspirational and... Oh, you shitting me? Okay. No, Akari, it's weird that, like, a lot of the movement controlling on this is not hidden like it was. Like... Verdant just said the 3DS was released 7 years ago, in 2011. You are so correct. Oh shit. Some of these crunches are getting a little pronounced. So I have a feeling that maybe we're not getting into the back end of the game, but we're definitely getting past the early polish. Zed. I hate it. It's coarse. It gets everywhere.
I have sand all over my body. It's coarse and rough. Everywhere.
Okay, firstly, how dare you make the same joke as me after I made it? I will sue.
Even in my boots.
No. No. Don't make me get the hose.
Look away, bot.
Great. Now the feet people are going to be here. And the worst thing about feet people? They smell like feet. Attack! Anyway, we'll keep going with this until we hit big giant robot Dave. Because again, as with Nier Automata, I've got to give a game a chance to breathe before I'm ready to condemn it. But me too, Akari, me too. Do you know what's wild? Stabby Dave and Butcher Pete aren't actually related. Oh, here we go. A weapon to surpass Metal Dave. It's fine. You've been real careful with those steps, huh, buddy? Ma'am. Are those? I've used the term tentabulge in the past. I just didn't think I'd be looking at one. Oh, it's both sides. Sorry, we've got a chainsaw at the other side of the leg. So we can't chainsaw the inside thigh on the other side. Alright. Oh! I will admit, this is definitely the bit where seeing this game in like early trailers, I was like, yeah, nah. No, this could not be more Peace Walker coded. I'm not really sure what we're supposed to be doing, which is also very Peace Walker coded. Gotta walk through the knee joint? This is fucking cool. If you ever get fleas, friends, this is what I want you to imagine your fleas go through every day. This is how they get in. We're currently doing mean things to a giant robot. And we're like the world's most aggressive flea. Oh yeah, no, Akari, this is wearing its Shadow of the Colossus on its sleeve. The thing I'm going to be interested to see is this just an awesome... Is this just an awesome Shadow of the Colossus inspired game, or is it going to do some really cool shit? Here we go. Metal Gear. No match for me. Call me an AC-20 Obi the way I wrecked something much larger than me that thought it was invincible. And how, yes, most people do look at me and assume that I'm trash. Yeah, we've got to be getting towards the top of this. So, Akari, I know what you mean. Oh, shit the bed. Exactly. An Obi is a trash can, but the trash cannot. Prepare to get dead. The Obi who'll fucking kill you, and other children's stories. Alright. No, so Akari, I guess because I'm such a big mech fan, I was expecting like an additional form or something there. You know, the weird tentacles on both that and the flying helicopter nightmare thing kind of just didn't, which is fine. It's just, I wonder if they're building up to something larger, or if, you know, maybe the whole point of this game is the traversal and exploration. Legend, you good? The pulse of man does not yet rise. Did you get lost on the way here? Unsettling Edgar Allan Poe. A tree is 2 doors down. We here? We are no good? Most certainly not. How dare you suggest that? I'm trying to make sure that, especially with something like this, that I am treating the game how it intends rather than treating it like this is how I want it to be, if that makes sense. Because the thing is like when you have a game that reminds you so heavily of other titles, you know, whose fault is it if I start being like, oh, I was expecting this to be more meta like Nier, oh, I was expecting this to have more like additional forms like Metal Gear. I don't know. It's also sometimes really hard to do like analysis on the fly, because you can only really analyze a game in its moment to moment, and what is the moment to moment except for like movement, controls, and action. You know, it's amazing how one detail can recontextualize a whole series. Wait, didn't we come this way? Am I backtracking? No, it's gonna hope the game will stop me if I am. No, here we go. Bottles. No, that was chapter 3. Okay.
I have 2 bottles. One is for cold water.
And one is for soup.
The other?
Called it.
It's coffee.
How is that still hot?
I can only find this roast in the dark Senate structure.
At least we know how this person is surviving this hellscape. It's coffee. And you're right, Phyllis, that like comparing or letting people make comparisons between your game and another can really help with sales. Well, Akari, if there's no mug store, then who sponsored Rock Paper Scissors on Saturday? Checkmate, atheists. And the tricky one, Fearless, as you know, well, I mean, as you all know, is that if it's users who are making the comparison, not you, the creator, but the people playing your game, you can't do anything to change that perspective. Ah, oh good. It's just a handful of landmines. Landmines? We walk our dogs out there. I had a horrible dream. There was a British man talking in my ear and he made me walk into a landmine. Yes. Like, virals, I know this is super dark, but just like as a kid not understanding what things really were, I still remember watching one of those charities that talks about like removing landmines from battlefields, and my little kid brain being like, well, why do they need to do that? They beep. This just in, children are fucking dumb. Afternoon, Fred. How goes it? I was actually talking about you in a favourable light, as we were talking about how you were the person that introduced me to the Highlander 2 drawer again. Well, Fred, have a lovely rest of your evening, mate, and to be continued. But thanks for the look. It's, you know what, just jumping back a couple of steps, like, it's always hard to know when it comes to, like art discussion and deconstruction, how much of it is like, hey, I just need to take some time with this game or movie or what have you to really understand it, and how much of it is like, you know what, I want to be a contrarian. Like, the two that I always think of when we have this conversation is Speed Racer, the live-action movie, which was fucking hated when it dropped. And the other one is Bioshock, especially Bioshock Infinite. Oh, fuck you, love. That's junky. Oh, it's making me do this again. And the difficulty spike is very pronounced here. So I'm sure you all know this, but obviously the Matrix.
I would say you need some long fall boots, but then GLaDOS would be nearby, and that's just to mess with the cake.
Yeah, and Bacon, I have cake money. Thank you for the 200, mate. As a completely unrelated topic, there is a really good video I haven't had the chance to watch yet about just how big aperture science is. If the lore is to be believed, Aperture Science Labs is about the size of Michigan underground. But yeah, as you well know, Matrix was massive. So the Wachowskis, after that, pretty much got carte blanche for a couple of movies. One of them was like, I want to say it was called Ninja Warrior, but it might have just been called Ninja. Going to dive bomb into the sea. Anyway. Because The Matrix was famous for using that, like, panoramic 3D slow-mo shot with Keanu, Ninja Warrior was kind of touted for its, you know, groundbreaking visual effects in fight choreography. It is Ninja Assassin. Thank you, Verdant. The other project that they then did after was Speed Racer, an adaptation of the old classic anime, and that bombed and bombed hard. And it got torn into at the time. Like, it was put on the same pedestal as Dragon Ball Evolution. The upside-down, vein-popping nonsense that was. But what's been really interesting is that, you know, in the years since, Speed Racer has gotten really a cult following. And a lot of people have taken it to, like, the art style that the Wachowskis have fucking mastered. You know, between that and Sense8 and like so many others. Thank you. Like, they have got that shit down pat.
Readings are detecting an increase of Motoslice activities. should start using the swap technique. I was saving only if necessary for long periods of slicing. My arm hurts every time.
Okay, release the button to change Motoslice direction and rotate P's body to the direction she needs to slice. Okay. Okay, release the button. Okay, it's going to take a couple tries. But yeah, so one of the things that people have talked about in countless like video essays and discussions and things like that is that actually Speed Race the movie fucking slaps, and it does. And I mean, I like talking about it because it shows that actually, despite the discussions we have to the contrary, despite the discussions we had to the contrary, you know, general media literacy has actually gotten better, not worse. Yeah, Speed Racer slaps. It just didn't gel with a cinema audience, you know. Okay. Okay, so release the button and then change. Okay, this is way more difficult than it seems to be. But yeah, now BioShock Infinite was heralded when it dropped, right? Everyone praised the shit out of it and said it was, you know, yet another greatest game. Ken Levine's done it again, blah blah blah. And it wasn't until people spent time with it, like actually digested it and took off their "We Love BioShock" hats and put on their, you know, media literacy hats and went, hey, this is a well-made game, but it's actually kind of repugnant. Okay, release the button to change Motoslice direction and rotate P's body. Okay. Messy, but all right. Oh, Wachowski Speed Racer. You know, what's fascinating about their variation of Speed Racer is that it is not a visual one-for-one, but it's authentic as shit. Okay. Alright, I think I'm finally getting the hang of this. Okay. Yeah, these joints aren't working ever again. Assuming we even make it out of this. But yeah, like Speed Race the movie, it's colourful, it's kinetic, it's unlike anything else. Again, I still think it wild that. All right, I guess we're just not doing the whole stopping thing, right? Sorry, the difficulty curve somewhere on chapter 3 fucking spiked, and I'm definitely getting into, you know, hand hurting a clonk. Yeah. You know what, Legend? I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to take a breather. I can finish my previous thought. Because I do think that of the two extremes both have their uses. I do think that knee-jerk reactions to games are valid because the experience you have playing them, not everybody is a fucking sadist like I am. Not everybody enjoys the idea of a game that's going to just out and out hurt them. So knowing if a game is actually going to be enjoyable in the moment to moment is valid. And then the long form critique also has a massive value in it, in that taking your time and trying to digest and understand a piece of art and why it's important this is so messy is very important. Because here's the thing, like, if I stop playing right now, it will be out of frustration, and that will be the last feeling that I am left with. If I played through this whole thing, these moments of frustration might be something that punctuates better moments. Now, will I know that the people who made this are feet sickos? Yes. I'll never be able to unknow that. You know, sometimes like struggling through moments of frustration really can punctuate great bits, but you know, the discussion of a game in long form is really important because it's like, was it worth it? But there's also this problem. I call it the Jeff Winger. There's a line in Community episode 1 where he says, I realized at a young age that if I talked for long enough, I could make anything good or bad. So either I'm God or morality is relative, and in either way, booyah. And I will say, and this is not something I would level at any of our homies, but there are a lot of folks who do long form YouTube content who fall into the Jeff Winger style of, well, booyah. That the video goes on long enough and they're like, it's not that they are looking to find what is good, but more trying to prove a long form point. We're gonna go with this. This should be simple. Why is it difficult? Oh, dustbin time. And the thing is like, sometimes critique on a game at a midway section is incredibly valid. And other times it's like, you know what, I was playing the game too long. I was going at it too hard. Maybe it wasn't that bad after all. But the only way you'll know is either if you finish it or if not. Am I worried that this game is just surface level? A little bit. Motherfucking tumbleweeds. Nobody move. Let me try and get the jump on them. Bam! Shit. My attacks are mostly useless. I have to go for a ring out. The game is Chainsaw Go Burr. Yep. Cuts a colossal mechanical super death machine in half. Gently moves the dumpster. So yeah. Anyway, this is just a long-winded way of saying, like, I don't think it's always fair to deconstruct a game like this whilst you're playing it. Because, like, imagine if somebody played Nier for, like, 5 hours and then was like, alright, I'm going to tell you definitively that this game is arse. They brought trains! I love trains. Ooh. Fuck. DJ Coil, I don't think I'm okay with Lollybot as a name for anything. Question, do the robots know that there are landmines? It appears they do. So I can't use the robots as my own personal mine cleaning service. Sub-range nerds. God, those parries are satisfying.
Yo dog, we heard you like deconstructing, so we gave you a chainsaw, and now you can deconstruct while you deconstruct.
You know what's going to happen with this? The ending is going to be like a fade to black, and then suddenly it's the Transformer Devastator just waking up from like his greatest nightmare. What is wrong, fellow Transformer? Oh, I just had this dream about a tiny human who like pulled me apart with a chainsaw, and I was yellow and stupid. It is fine, fellow Transformer. I, an unnamed Transformer, will comfort you in these dark times. Resume sleep cycle. When your accuracy ratio reaches over 80%, then you may pick the tunes. Please resume playing. You've got the touch. Fuck you. Oh, thank you, Felix. I thought that commercial was one of the better ones. It was for Transformers. There was the first one, which was War for Cybertron, if I remember correctly. Yes, War for Cybertron and then Fall for Cybertron. No full damage, Will cackled, moments before death. And seriously, Dustin, thank you for the 200, you know? Like I said, I know everyone's fuck broke at the moment, and I really appreciate it. Break? I mean, sure hope we don't. Lies of P, more like insides of P.
Okay, I'm calling it. We've been working so hard. It's time for our first break.
For the record, she has taken several breaks over the last 4 hours.
Join me.
You had a fucking nap earlier. So were all the other times you were slacking off not actually a break for you? We're falling behind schedule. You know that, right? Besides, this is a dangerous place for taking a nap. Honestly, I've been committing a lot of violations. Or we can go full Charlie the Unicorn and scream, I love you!
You are so dense. Rest now, will you?
I am an orb of productivity. This seems incredibly safe and not a terrible idea. Oh yeah, sorry, before I got distracted by landmines and nonsense. So the commercial is a great one to look up. It's a promotional one for Transformers War for Cybertron. And it is not Soundwave, it's the Mono Eye, I want to say Shockwave? Belting out. You've got the touch while blasting Autobots. While the others complain about why they have to listen to the same song over and over again. Okay, I guess we're Auburn again. Oh, we're supposed to bring the backet up. Okay, here we go. It wouldn't be for a while, friends, but I might have to beg your indulgence in a few months. Because I think I'd really like to go through Lies of P. Like, I was real jelly watching DJ go through it. And I'm getting the call, you know? Well, you know what it is, Dustin, right? You know I'm always worried about, like, streaming stuff that's going to be boring or that you all aren't going to enjoy. Oh, that's death. Ah, Baron von Sheepington III, Watto and welcome. What did Dustin call this? The Princess of Persia, Belt Sanders of Time. We are breaking down mechs with a chainsaw. How are you? Oh, fuck. Ma'am. been quite a few like holding my breath moments in this. Hair.
Ay, ay.
Technopop chainsaw. Not bad, not bad. I think we can do better though.
Hey, what do you think? Suits me?
It's almost exactly the same. Shouldn't you be more worried about that gigantic machine?
You know nothing about style, Orby.
I am a hairless orb. The fuck do you
Can't
want
wait
from
to
me,
find
love?
the Central bunker array. They've always got a nice shampoo.
It's going to turn out that she's a mech as well, and is. Okay. Landmines to the left. Landmines to the right. Here we are, doing some crimes on some robots. Ow, fuck. Is this only up? It is! Wheeler, how did you know? Otto and welcome, mate. How you doing? So this is Motoslice. This is very near Automata meets, I don't know. It's not Mirror's Edge. It's closer to like Lorne's Law, but I can't yeet the pieces. That would be too easy. It's really fucking good. Yeah, how you doing? Wheeler, what are you up to? What you playing? Tell me your tales, mate. It's the only annoying thing with you stopping streaming. I mean, obviously, because your streams were fun and I enjoyed them, but also, I don't get to... Oh. Skyrim on Switch through. No problems detected, friend. It did make me laugh, though, that the Animu style only up game, that's the one where they've been whinging because Valve won't let them release it. They got a whole bunch of coverage last week, and the reason being is that they included a board game, but they can't prove that they own the IP even though it's theirs. So Valve's like, yeah, nah. Wheeler, I have tried so hard in my Skyrim playthroughs to not just be yet another stealth archer. And even when I go full in on magic and summons, you know, as a warrior mage, that bow calls to me. It's the Batman's cowl. Okay, we gotta work on this, buddy. You know, Dustin, whether intentionally or unintentionally, I keep hearing like samples from all over the place. I think there's a lot at play here in terms of like the audio and how it's all coming together that I don't necessarily recognize. I'm definitely be interested to find out. You cannot escape your destiny, wheeler dealer. The bow and the stick are too strong. It's like every time I say I'm not going to play a sniper in, you know, Fallout. I specifically made a useless character when we started doing Fallout London. And what ended up happening? Oh, I sure wish I had a sniper rifle now. And Dustin, the soundtrack in this is very much in keeping with my current emotional support Dreamcast music. So, obviously I'm happy. Where? Motors remaining 2. That would have been disastrous. Okay. God. Call me Lenny Kravitz in a scarf the way I'm unusually lost. No. Oh, at least we don't have to do those two again. All right. Dustin was just saying, oh, okay, this should be in line with my vibe as the composer is Pizza Hotline. Done. I'll never be an EDM musician, but if I was, I'd want to be Pizza Hotline. This is where we find out that Pizza Hotline's actually like a milkshake duck. That would be my luck. Okay, and that's all of them. But yeah, so Wheeler, like, aside from that, like, nothing super spicy over here. The world of video games, in terms of, like, playing them is great. In terms of funding them and making them, it's very difficult. We've had lots of interesting conversations like the last couple of weeks. And the GameStop stuff doesn't stop being something interesting to talk about. Even if it is fucking wild. So, Aaron, wanna know how to double jump? It's easy. So first you jump, and then you whip out your custom-made chainsaw blade chainsaw sword, and you swing it at the inside of a mech's guts, tapered to a wall. And then, using their innards as fuel, as power, as forward momentum, you fight these two. Is the way we're going? Three trucks and a train. That's how we're doing. Okay. Well, this is cool. Little odd little respite before we end up in whatever this train battle is going to end up being. I guess we're going this way. Okay, okay. What is going on with this game? Okay. Okay. See, someone mentioned the trypophobia holes, and at least for me it's not procking it, but something struck. That those are the same kind of like eye holes on little robots we've been saving, right? Or it turns out that this whole thing... Look at those two fucking tumbleweeds just staring at me. Yeah, fuck you both. That's okay. It's just a bunch of landmines. Landmines? Oh, we're not going that way. All right. Yeah, so this goes all like Osmosis Jones, and by the time we get to the top of this whole thing, like it's all been one like living creature or something. This is like a cells at work style scenario. Well, cells at work black, as in my internal organs, not a normal person's. It's time for a boss battle. Would you like a completely pointless fact, everybody? So, Bob the Builder would have had a #1 song as a PG-13 remake of Lou Baker's Mambo No. 5. You're probably wondering, like, Will, how did that not succeed, you know? Kids' songs always end up doing crazy numbers because, you know, kids are dumb. They have no taste. I've got an idea. Well, despite swapping out all the names of building, the names of the women from Mambo Number 5 with building materials, what the builder's variation of Mambo Number 5 did not land. Its release day, 9/11. Yeah. And comedy side figures as well. Excuse you. See, Akari, and that's a great minds think alike. That's what I was thinking of. Ma'am, I need you to do the cutting thing, not the bimbling thing. Oh, lose. I'm gonna lose my bananas. I'm gonna make Donkey Kong look hinged. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Ooh. So DJ Quill, they added a mechanic where what you're supposed to do is change your positioning compared to the side of the mech, so it tweaks like your momentum and where you go. So like with that, it's supposed to swap the angle so we cut around the front of it, and it's not letting me do it. It is more than a mite difficult. So what we're going to do is wait till it comes around this way. Nope, that didn't count. Alright. We hit this one. Okay, that was what was supposed to happen. Okay, so that's the bumper. So we've got the front bumper and then one of the arms. Okay. Unfortunately. Okay. So now it is time to cut the blade. Alright, need you all to start deploying those big bastard arms. Thanks, you guys suck. Here we go. God pissing shitlord. It's just that one arm. That's all we gotta do. Okay, friends, I'm just going to take a moment and have some water. I'm not losing my temper to this bloody game. I'm not doing it. I'll be back with you all in just a second. Alright, I have recovered, I have returned. Watto and welcome. We're actually scheming what dinner's going to look like tonight. Okay. It's not just me though, right? Like, both the difficulty and the quality seems to have taken a real change. It's like the difficulty spiked, and the movement tech that's been introduced is not as tight as what they have been doing, right? Like, why is that not proccing as part of the blade tech? You know? And also, why am I still having to redo the front of this? And also the back of this. Right? So like, I'm a jank your shit, but yeah, less of a difficulty curve and more of a difficulty, you know, question mark. Because I have to cut that specific back blade arm, right? Fuck this game. I'm starting to get like, and I'm usually the cheerful one. I'm usually the like, every game has its place, and now I'm like, you know, boy, it sure does feel like the first two levels were beautifully tuned and time spent with, and it does feel like it has gone to the dogs. Like the movement tech around the blade switch that you're supposed to do mid-air. Maybe DJ Coil, like maybe, but when I first did it, I was able to come up to the side of it and chainsaw across. Like I've done this now so many times. No, it seems to be it's just the front I need to hook onto. Okay. There we go. There we fucking go. Get that and replace with my loud cacophony of cussing that I would deliver to this gargantuan bad word. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the switch tech that it introduced earlier on that was fine. But it's like all the other tech in this, the movement tech and, well, I should say movement controls, has been really good. So it's weird to have this kind of like late game imprecise addition that's bad. You know what I mean? Okay, DJ Coil, I was right. Sorry, DJ Coil just saying that that's it? Just one of three? What happened to the Zelda rule of threes? That's what I was thinking with the giant robot. Time to slack off some more.
At least Central doesn't require destroying sarcophagus as well. I remember that one time with Slicer Q and her obsession with destroying these things. Do you still remember that? Or did your memories log get corrupted?
File 404.
Just imagine the amount of work. I would end up spending days in just one layer. That was the only team mission I've done before. I like to work alone, especially without an operator on my neck.
Staff, what's and welcome. So, game good. I think we just finished like chapter 3, and about halfway through chapter 3, there's a big difficulty spike. With like new movement tech that's not great, but up until this point, it's been fucking good. It's somewhere between like Nier, Blame, and Lorne's Lure. It is very anime coded though. And as I said, I could have done without knowing that somebody on this team is really into feet. But, you know, now I am cursed to know. Oh, missed the bit. And Stoff, how are you doing? I mean, it's also worth saying that this is a small project that has done really good in just a handful of days. Stop, it is good. You know? The only thing to know is that it's definitely an experiential game. Like, you could watch this and it does not convey the feeling of moving around in this thing. Which is really fun. Oh, and there are orbs. So yeah, what have you been up to? What you going down? Well, this isn't like true blue indie in the like the no money sense. This did have a like an indie publisher, but this is not a big money project. No way, cool. And stuff, you know, as soon as your games have like a Steam page and stuff, you know, come talk to me, right? You've already earned my loyalty. Homies gotta help homies. I can't help people win at I can't help people win at the YouTube or streaming game, but I will support your game. Forrett's got coin chaos in the oven. Virals does not need our help, but always has it. chaos coin. Did I say coin chaos? God. My brain's goo. Stuff. If have I heard of the Playdate? I can't afford it, but I've definitely heard of it. For those of you who haven't, the Playdate is a handheld LCD console. It's really cool. Comes with a ton of free games in the ilk. What the fuck? I think that's bad.
What was that?
We might be in trouble. But yeah. Mostly today's stuff we've been talking about. I mean, we've been talking about game pricing for a couple of days, and we're talking about GameStop's whole fucking wine trading, but Pokemon. Basically, the way GameStop are gonna fund buying eBay is with this like bullshit gacha maneuver.
Readings are detecting an increase of environmental hazards. I should avoid them at all costs, or find a way to explain it. You saw what happened back there, Ruby. The megastructure is reacting to us.
So Stoff, the way they're going to do it, so aside from selling things on eBay, which will be the excuse, it's kind of fucked up. So the way it's going to work, GameStop are selling graded Pokemon cards in like random pulls. So you spend anywhere from 25 to 5 grand to pull a graded Pokemon card, which you can then sell to other people until you choose to actually like buy it, as in until you choose to have it sent to you. That Pokemon card will exist. Barco. Oh, you're fine. That Pokemon card will exist in a climate-controlled facility in Delaware. DJ Coil, it's always hard to know with this fucking guy if it's going to be a stunt or something real. Fuck. Barco! Oh, can't climb the rope. No, so it's not a bake sale with Pokemon cards. Because, yeah, no, DJ Coil, the eBay thing could very well be a publicity stunt. That would make sense. But this Pokemon card thing, basically, you buy the Pokemon cards from GameStop. You buy them graded, up to the value of like $5,000, right? And then you sell them to somebody else. But they never actually leave this weird little facility in Delaware, much like Valve skins or collectibles. Like someone's saying that apparently this happens with like sports memorabilia. It's speculative trading, Pokemon card style. And it's basically the same business model as wine trading, which we talked about earlier today. Wine trading is just the process of buying expensive bottles of wine in a climate-controlled facility. Fucking because wine only ever goes up in value.
Well, I know it's perfect.
Yeah. Well, so DJ Coil, I think the random squares thing is as much part of the publicity stunt as anything else, but I think that's how, with whatever fuck shit happens, if somehow this guy manages to magic eBay buying money out of his arse,
Just like,
he's gonna say it was from selling stuff, right?
I try to understand how people love these things. It's just like, if it doesn't make theme in certain areas, it's not fun.
So stuff, essentially, yeah. Fucking hell.
I would love to not have to be
So yeah, essentially,
what?
yeah, blind stocks.
Are you kidding me?
Because it's this idea of like, when you buy them, you don't, when you buy into the system, you're buying a random card. If you spend $5,000, then you are guaranteed a card that, you're guaranteed a graded card that could oh, I did it and it went wrong. You're guaranteed a graded card that could be worth up to like $68,000. Yeah, DJ Coil, that's the best way of putting it. Spend $100, you get a random stock. You don't know what it is. It could be any number of things, but you can resell it. But you can only resell it in GameStop's ecosystem. So, what's that? Does that GameStop take a cut of that? That can't be right. Oh, wait.
I do like the light of this game.
Killing me, Smalls. I want to fight gravity. I'm not quite sure how to do it yet. I don't know. You should be encouraging me on this one. I think you should be fight that gravity. Live your best life. This is the Super Meat Boy live of it all. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the weird thing that's going on with GameStop, and the thing is, there's a large number of institutions who are trying to get in on. Oh, for fuck's sake! Who are trying to get in on, like, the collectible trading business in nerdery. You know, I know I said this earlier in the day. Mother's Basement just put out a video on it. That's probably the best. A quick guide on how this is, on why this is happening, right? You know, why Pokemon card prices are getting jacked up into the roof. God damn it. And Aeon, welcome back. It's not bad, but it is definitely currently hitting a difficulty spike that is driving me up the wall. Yeah, literally up the wall. Okay, finally cracked it. And no, so Stuff, you're all good. Like, this shit is weird. Like, the whole saga of GameStop is strange and fucking weird and wild. Because, like, they don't have the money to be making the claims and nonsense that they keep doing. And from what I've learned, since the meme stock situation, the guy running GameStop has become something of like a character. There are lots of people that think that he is a business genius due to the meme stock thing. Again, if you know anything about meme stocks, you know how ridiculous that is. Oh yeah, no, not just apparently, Akari. Sheep Detective is coming out, and Hugh Jackman is one of the victims. Fucking King Ghidorah of diggers up there. Jesus. But yeah, so... Hang on, let me deal with this thing first before I slack off. Oh. Dies. Slacking off time. Huh. Aeon, I mean, I don't know a lot about like the actual like trading and investment sectors until they start crossing over into games, so I had not a clue. It takes all of my time to keep up with as much knowledge as I have.
In, eliminate the machines, and get out. That was the job. But things are never that simple. This place seems familiar.
Oh. I thought it said, please let me rest. No, it didn't.
Just had a deja vu. Pretty sure I've seen something like this before.
Okay. Onward, Chainsaw Warriors. But yeah, one thing I will say, I did mention this earlier, friends, but we're not going to be playing this game through to completion. Not because I think it's bad, but because this is definitely a game you should play. You know, I don't think this is going to be one of those, like, narrative super bangers. I think it's, like, experiential. And perhaps, like with Lorne's Lure and things like that, maybe it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. But you know, we've got so many games we need to cover. Oh, I didn't even tell you all. I picked up a really fucking cool language game that I'd forgotten about. I got some good shit for us to get into. You know, when the okay. That parry is satisfying. Difficult, mildly infuriating, satisfying as shit. Ooh. Cut your bomb off. Oh, an educational language game? Hang on, let me just pause for a second. Let me show you. So, just in case you're not around for this one for the future, it's called Epigraph. And check this gem. It is essentially like a faux Rosetta Stone.
For the people that do,
Decipher inscriptions across 7 mysterious artifacts.
right now, okay.
Did you enjoy the language stuff from Heaven's Vault?
Some silly stuff. That's not fun.
Yeah. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Yeah. Yeah. And it's very cheap. So it's very cheap and self-published by one Matthew Brown, who also did Cypher, which I've mentioned to you like probably a million times. I guess Hex Cells was the one he did that did really well. And Alchemia, or Alchema, however you want to say that one. I also grabbed this one. This is like a group research puzzle cracker. Solve the riddles and ciphers of the Alchemia. So this is about like real world research, like deciphering like this faux alchemist's journal. Oh, and Robodome is the one you have. All right, this one, Astral Coast. Okay, add to wishlist. So friendos, this is the game that Stoff has been working on. Throw it a wishlist. Throw it some love. In this house, we help the homies. He says break in some diggers and trucks and whatnot. Yeah. Nice try. And stuff, like I said, least we can do, right? Like, you know, and as I've joked many times before, all I need is for one of you homies to make crazy mad bank off your indie game, and then I don't have to worry about no. Okay. All right. Okay. I have reached a point now with Motoslice where I want to start getting fighty, and that is usually a very good time to acknowledge that perhaps the fault may not be the game but me. So I'm going to bring our little proportion to a close. Now, I will say, if you've watched me play this, even like as far as we've gotten here, I do still recommend playing it, because it really is about the experience of it. Yeah, so we had gotten a little bit past the halfway mark. So we did chapter 4, and you can see how many orbs I did or did not get. I was on my orb game through chapter 1. Yeah, but it's one you have to play to really get the fluidity of movement and the change. If you do play it, just be warned, like, there is a real shift in difficulty around like chapter 3, and there is, like, I compared it to like fighting games, because there's this dirty trick that arcade games use to get you to spend more money, and it's that the fights don't get harder with each round, with each competitor. They get harder at the halfway point of each match. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike was famous for it, which is where a lot of people learned that was the trick. So the first match you play in arcade mode against the computer, usually dead easy. Second one, easier. And then you hit the third match. and as soon as you win one round, it's like the AI just kind of like pulls off its human suit and just starts wailing on you. It could be DJ Coil. Like, I don't know how big the Motoslice team is. Like, so regular studio was 2 people. Our operator G was Gianni Matragano? Huh. And it is quite interesting when you look at how many people created this game and how many people were involved from a publishing side. But, you know, that's what a publishing house is supposed to be. Who's Gianni? I gotta look. Oh, yeah, Gianni. Most known for Ultra Kill if you have taste, or for I know there are desperate sluts in my area, I have a mirror. There we go. Well, his Steve Blum impression is spot on. Oh, I broke it. There we go. So yeah. I mean, I don't really have anything to add at this point. I might come back and finish this, and I'd like to, like, if any of you do play through this yourself, I'd love to hear your thoughts and feels on it. Get some more, I'd love to hear your thoughts and feels on this, friends. But yeah, I'm going to roll credits. I'm going to say my thank yous. Tomorrow we're back on Blueprints, and I cannot wait. It's going to be so good. I am going to pass you over to Little Fire, because one, the game they're playing is called Painted in Blood, and it looks fucking great. But also, it's extremely funny to hear them in the background. Fricken's not. So yeah, cheers to the Puzzle Sicko game. I actually don't know how long we've got left on Blueprints, but last week I was sure we only had a couple of days, and I was, shit, let me check the Blueprints book. Fucking wrong. Well, Legend, I'll leave you, I'll leave the VOD for you. If you wanna, you can do like a VOD along, you know, just write comments on YouTube like you were chatting. That'd be fun. Seriously, like, I know the VODs aren't a great world-changing thing, but anytime somebody gets super into them, makes me real happy. Okay, so yeah, before we bring things to a close, yeah, if it's not already on your docket, check out Wax Heads. Again, just streamed that yesterday, and it's so British it hurts. I had to translate. And just to let you know, Forbidden Solitaire has done great. It's actually outsold Adorable Adventures. But it has not outsold Heroes of Might and Magic. No, Aeon, it would not fucking surprise me if we have like a whole like Elden Ring basement moment of like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? God, that was a wild time. So, friends, miscreants, legends, thank you so much for today. I really hope you enjoyed this. I hope my frustrations toward the end didn't put you off this game, because, like, honestly, I think it is a fault of mine more than anything else. And like, up until this point, this game, heckin' pretty and heckin' cool. So yeah. It's currently creeping up towards 600 reviews on Steam, and that's fucking good for like 2 days. Okay. Anyway.
The mug store recommends you let your mugs cool after microwaving them. Also, where am I? The mug store, we're under somewhere.
The entrances and exits are lost, dashed to the annals of time. But hey, the mug store's down here. Get a complimentary mug. Akari, seriously, thank you for the 200. And I know I'm saying this a lot, but that is because I am a chronic worrywart, and because this year is one of the hardest years we've had. So when you lot throw in just a couple of bits here or donations or anything, it is such a huge fucking help. Alright? So thank you. I hope I do enough to be worth it. And on that note, let me say thank you to the following people for being a bunch of fucking legends. So to Ocelot, thank you for the follow. To Erman, Akari Zero, Scotty Doggy, to Some Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Dust in Your Eyes, Van Debeast, I don't know why I'm saying it like that, I'm just having fun, and Simple Chaos. Seriously. Bits and donations, friends. Thank you. To Hamptonator, thank you exceedingly for the raid. And to Moose and Caffeine, but also Nova and Tal, thank you for fucking being here, you fucking legends. I mean it. Right. Get your screes at the ready. It is time to pass you on over for across the room. So it's going to be a long journey.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
And Stoff, thank you for the 15 months. Like I said, do keep nattering with us. Let us know when you're getting close to, close to launches and demos and things like that. Because we've got you. And thank you. Seriously. Anyway, that's enough from me, friends. I'm going to pass you over a little fire. Tomorrow we blueprints, although we'll probably natter about a whole bunch of stuff firsthand.
Guys, things are happening.
And hey, a good one to you all. Alright, they've already started, so yeah, I better launch you lot across. VOD watchers, love to you. Everybody, love to you. Unleash the beast.